they're eggs. I do.
Okay. It's back on the. I don't think we have it, Randy.
I don't think so either.
It's in auto, I think. There you go. There you go, Randy.
There you go.
There you go.
Don't you think? They look so much like eggs.
Could be. But look at the worms on them.
Can you zoom in even more? Or is that max zoom?
I can get closer.
That's amazing.
Hang on.
This is a solitary hydroid with, I
You
think
made it
this
closer?
worms. That's a worm. You want to go closer?
No, we can move on, but it's, I mean, but hang on.
We lost that
I want
focus
to look
again.
at it. It's kind of amazing
Yeah.
to get a good view like that.
There we go. Thought it was coming in. There we go. No, it's just me.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say
Yeah.
eggs. It makes perfect sense.
There you go.
Look at them. They even have like a yolk sac.
They moved. That one moved. See it?
Yeah, I did. I can't. Oh, that's real movement. That's not.
something else. Look at that.
You're right. It is something else.
Right. Clearly seen the polychaetes on this though, right? I mean, I think that's
Mm-hmm.
and that one up there too. If it's not an apocopheran,
We're moving in there.
Exactly.
they are moving there.
Look like
Just something else.
that little worm up top.
I wonder if it's worm eggs.
Yeah.
Or we're about to watch one hatch. I don't think so, but it would be amazing.
They are definitely moving in there.
Well,
I'll have to look it up.
mysteries of the deep.
I'll have to look it up.
Pretty cool.
Great shot. Are you ready?
I am ready.
We are ready.
Here,
Nice job.
look. There we go.
All right. Well, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everyone. We are on dive 438, the 19th dive of this expedition. I think. I think. It's almost midnight here. We're coming to you again late night in the deep sea. I'm Randy Rogen, faculty member at Boston University. I'm here with Tim Schenk, Woods Hole Oceanographic. We're here flying with Team Texas. We got J-Rod and Cody.
Ooh, ooh.
James in the room as our MT, Marine Tech, helping us out here. And we are, where are we? We are on an previously unmapped, previously unknown, previously unseen seamount in the high seas.
Stay away from the bridge.
This is the first time anybody's seeing this. We mapped it just a few hours ago, and we are 1,613 meters below the seafloor, looking at this feature for the very first time.
Wow, look at this.
Cool. This is our second to last dive, or the penultimate dive of this expedition. Love the
Wow.
word penultimate. It's a good word.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a wonderful month, but it's been a month. And so a month at sea is a long time, but 19 science dives is quite a lot to accomplish, so we're leaving very pleased. but still excited for these last two.
Yeah, we're starting this dive on a ridge, basically, right? We're coming
Yeah,
up
it's
the
a
side
strange
of the ridge,
seamount.
and there's not much sediment here. It's more of a slope than I thought. It's supposed to be sort of a 20 to 30 degree slope, I think, starting out and then going up to 45 degrees.
I put some jogs
learning
in,
that.
so we'll see what
Yeah.
happens.
Mhm.
But this feature is very, very large, and very flat on the top. It's kind of like a guillote, but it's a long, ridgy one. And we're diving up the ridge and then straight up the side of the east side of it, so that we can get a sense of sort of into the current, so that when we are looking for some corals. And yeah.
Yep.
And this is Randy. Alexis will be on a little later, in about 5 hours. But you do have Tim, so they're getting to know our voices.
Hello. Yep. So when we first landed, we came across a couple of bamboo whip corals,
Another anemone.
but haven't really seen any other corals yet on the dive.
Not yet. We're 5 minutes in.
Our depth is 1,600 meters. There's a little bamboo
And an ambulula.
skeleton. Yeah. Little actinerna anemone.
I thought there's a little bit of life in that bamboo.
Ambulula. This is strange.
It is strange.
What's that thing?
I
That's
don't know.
I think it's 2 anemones on a stalk. Oh, it's a
don't think
hydroid.
so.
Sorry. Yeah.
2 anemones and a hydroid
Yeah.
and a bunch of shrimp.
Yep.
It looks like it's on stuff.
And if I were a shrimp, why would you hang out around an anemone that's gonna eat you? Look at all of them.
They don't always eat the shrimp.
They don't.
No. I have some,
So-
I think,
So do you think that the shrimp clean off the anemone, or?
like clownfish,
Yeah.
but they can't
They're
be
way-
in the anemone while they're molting.
Got it. Interesting. There's at least 5
The
of them
shrimp
there.
can't be in
Mm-hmm.
Because they're skin,
Shrimp or scavengers are waiting for pick up a free meal.
I think this is another bamboo whip.
Mm-hmm. Coming up on another bamboo whip. And it has a crab on it.
Another Kyrus Thailand.
Just the one, huh? That's how they live. Somehow this crab, we call it Heteroptychus, lives on these bamboo whips. We don't have any idea how they find these corals in the middle of the deep sea at these depths, but they do a very good job of it.
Definitely.
Did you want to look at the shrimp?
Pretty
You-
high fidelity.
Yeah, sure. You want to go? You're better than me. Than I am. Better than I am.
What?
Better than me.
What did you say?
Sorry. I didn't say anything. J-Rod.
Yours, yeah. I can get it out of front.
Okay, hold on. Thank you.
Got it.
Is it coming in? Nice. Here we go. This is one of my favorite crabs right here.
They're beautiful.
What is that one called?
That's a great shot.
Well, it got put into a new genus 2 years ago after our first cruise down here. It's Heteroptychus. Yeah. This one looks a little, the arms look a little different, but hold on.
Why is it your favorite?
Because
Because it's new?
it's sort of new, but it also just hangs out on these bamboo whip corals, and it just sits there like that. I don't know.
It's purple. I
Pretty
think that's
cool.
why you like it.
It's kind of, yeah. I don't know. But folks, these are really small. These are the size of a dime to a nickel, U.S. dime or nickel.
Yeah.
So they're just teeny tiny.
Has a cool little thing inside of it. Pinches.
The little tooth that fits together is amazing. Must help them grab onto things. We've never seen them eat anything. We have seen
Not-
as many
certainly
as
not a
30.
fish.
No, not a fish.
But
it's-
you never know.
you never know. Keep watching it.
We'll see.
Crazier things will
Anyway,
happen.
oops, sorry,
What'd you
that's
say?
me.
Crazier things have happened? Is that what you said?
Anyway, that's a great shot.
All right.
All right, ready to go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's keep rolling.
Right along.
Thank you.
Focus. Right over
It's a bamboo dive so far.
Blood plates.
And solitary hydroid.
And those
And anemones.
anemones.
This is another one.
That, I don't think we've seen those anemones
No.
so much on this cruise. Those are,
there.
Well, we're much further north than we have been.
yeah. That's in
Fish.
part why we're here. We want to see the differences from the south to the north in this part of the Pacific. Oh, do we do a rock?
We can. We haven't yet.
Should we do a rock?
Let's get a rock.
We're rock hunting.
Rock
If you
hunting,
see
roger
something,
that.
yeah,
For rocks.
green light, nice rat tail.
Yeah.
Well,
You can see the lights of the ROV in the eye.
Every time.
Cody likes rock.
This is a very
For whales.
common or cosmopolitan group of fish.
Hang on, let me turn this off for a minute. One of these anemones.
Where is it? I don't see
Right
it.
down there. See?
You know, these look just like the
Starboard.
Northwest Atlantic anemones that are in the canyons.
Huh. Well,
The same morphology looks to me.
I don't know. What latitude are we? I don't know where we
We're
are.
at 9 degrees, I think. Yeah, 9.18 degrees above the equator.
Just curious.
Yeah. It's easy to lose track with so many dives, isn't it?
I have.
You
Yeah.
know,
We've been all
so
over
much
the
the human
place.
mind can hold in terms of numbers and where we were. And
Well,
Anyway, I can- you know.
the sleep deprivation is part of that calculus. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if we had to hold it on a under normal circumstances, it'd be a little easier.
Yeah.
But it's okay.
Yeah.
So, we are collecting a rock. These are for
It's nice and loose.
the U.S. Geological Survey. We have collaborators there who are helping us to age seamounts, take a look at the crusts and the general mineralogy and mineralization that's happening as minerals precipitate out of seawater and encrust over a center granule, sometimes something as small as that, but over another rock. There always has to be sort of a seed in the middle. And so these
Imaging
rocks are really
spinner.
helpful for us to get a handle on what's happening geologically. Even though we're not geologists, we're glad to have friends who are.
So you can clearly see the manganese coating on this rocks. There's probably basalt somewhere in there, but it's been coated over millions of years. So you see the bottom on the left there. Thank you, Cody.
Okay, this is going to be
Gerard, that's
sample
good.
number. Hold on. I have it written down here.
Goodness.
650.
After that. FK21.
Open up the thing while you're here.
650. Happy. We need a second one.
Yeah, we need one more.
Maybe one more.
One more?
Yeah, it doesn't look like that one. I mean, that was this the
Okay.
shape of it, so we can tell them apart. So if we can find one that's really more angular, perhaps
Mm-hmm.
flatter or something, just so we can distinguish them.
If you're just tuning in, we are on an unnamed, previously unmapped, previously unknown, previously unseen seamount in the high seas. We are around 9 degrees north of the equator. We are on our way back north after having gone all the way down to almost -1.5, and we're headed back up to Hawaii. I am Randy Rogen from Boston University. I'm here with Tim Schenk from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. We're here with Cody and J-Rod, Team Texas on the ROV, piloting the ROV, and we've got James here as our fantastic marine technician. We are getting
Fine,
another
great.
rock.
Yep, that's great. Nice. Yes, please. That's the top side. 651. 651.
Fair enough.
What if you end up wanting?
That's great.
Perfect. Thank you.
I know. That's
It's
true.
on chicken six. You can pick one up.
I
Right now.
know.
Now worth this one.
Nice.
Perfect. Oh. Alright, well, we have a couple of objectives for this dive. The first and most important is to characterize the seamount. Very few of these high sea seamounts have been paid very much attention because they're not owned by any country, and so every time we get a chance to look at them, it helps to make the case for why they're interesting, why they're important, and potentially why they might deserve a little bit of conservation attention. We are at a time in our history where people are thinking a lot about ocean conservation and thinking about trying to protect 30% of the oceans by the year 2030. It's called the 30 by 30 initiative. And we are kicking off the start of the ocean decade, the UN Decade of Ocean Science. So the first United Nations major decade dedicated to the oceans, even though the oceans are 71% of our planet, so we're pretty happy that it's happening. And so this is a really important time. There's a ton of these anemones. This is a really important time to think about where that 30% is going to come from. Some of it undoubtedly will come from the high seas. Places like the Ross Sea near Antarctica are already protected, but it's very little of the high seas is actually protected. And so one of the things that we're doing here is adding some data to the conversation. So one of our goals here is to characterize the seamount in addition to all of our scientific goals, which include characterizing the corals and sponges, looking at the coral and sponge associates, looking at corallivory and spongivory, looking at the microbial diversity associated with that, and understanding a little bit of what happens when a coral or sponge gets wounded, how it heals, how it doesn't, as well as thinking about experiments that we have on board with coral innate immunity. So we have a packed agenda, but this is, as I said, the penultimate dive of this expedition, so we've made a lot of progress in a month. Okay. Another one of these anemones.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, that's my context. I am done. Spiel. Crinoid.
Wow.
lot of
It's
anemones.
interesting. We're at 1,576 meters, coming up slope. We're just basically heading northwest up this newly mapped feature. I wasn't sure it'd be this rocky here, but it's clearly lots of rock and lots of old manganese crust. These look to be really thick.
It's a different kind of anemone.
Yeah, let's take a
Or
look
a
at
cup
that.
coral.
Yeah, I think it's a cup coral. Let's take a look, see. Love it. Okay. So
Cup coral.
can we look at it more head on, do you think, Gerald? There's these things called septa that are white that separate those tentacles, and getting the view of those septa makes a difference on what species it is.
Okay.
And usually you gotta look right down the barrel to see those septa.
We still don't have a cup coral button after all this time?
Oh no, Actinian?
No. Solitary stony coral, I guess that's
Yeah,
what
that's it.
Is that what we're using?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we're using. Now you can start to
Okay.
see them.
Great. You want to put lasers on? J-Rod, if you could. Oh, thank you, Cody.
It's gonna come out in a second. Good. There they are. All right.
Yeah. Perfect.
So we've seen different kinds of cup corals on this expedition, and you can see the thin white blades inside there called septa. And then there's a bunch of minor ones too. They're hard to see through the tentacles. They're really hard to identify in situ.
Yeah, that's- No.
No, I think we're okay. Did you wanna sample? You're good.
Do you?
Okay. Oh, it's okay. This is probably Giovannia. We've seen quite a bit of Giovannia here, so
I
could just-
mean, it looks pretty. I mean, it's bigger, but it looks pretty. I don't know. It's up to you. If you'd like to collect it, we can.
I don't know
think we're
what
good.
if Alexis would need it or not. I don't know. But let's see if we can see if we see some more along the way.
Yep, I think we can.
If we're just
keep
starting here.
moving.
So anyway, I'll make a note of it. All right, thank you, Jara.
Perfect. All right.
It's a great image.
Beautiful. More anemones. And you know, it's interesting. We haven't seen any of them, really, of this type of anemone on any of our previous dives, and now they're just about everywhere. So this is clearly their place, whether it's their latitude or whether it's just their kind of seamount. And this is a pretty weird looking feature. So
We see them a lot in the Western Atlantic at 25 to 35 degrees north. So it's interesting to see this type here.
yeah. All right, we see some glass sponges, or at least some glass sponge skeletons.
Yeah.
Hexactinellids, made of silica, and they literally will send sharp shards through your fingers if you aren't careful. What is that, Tim?
I don't know.
Can we do a little zoom?
Let's take a look at that. That might be another solitary hydroid.
Yep, it's a sea cucumber.
Cuke.
Thank you.
Roger that.
And where did you see the solitary hydroid?
That's all somewhere over here
Okay.
on the right side. Hydroid.
That's solitary something right here.
Purple. Where is it?
Yep, you got it.
Yes.
Perfect.
Not much different, right? See the.
Yeah,
Oh,
it looks
ecological.
younger. It
We-
just looks a
we
lot
keep
younger.
Going. Oh, it could be, right. We can keep going.
Yep,
Wow.
different anemones.
Yeah.
Another couple?
No, it's an anemone, I think.
No, that's a couple calls to the
Where?
left.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah.
good
We're okay on that.
call.
Keep going.
Pretty big cup corals, though. You're right. And we were in the land of bamboo whips. We are no longer there.
I mean, low diversity, right? I mean, we go about 60 meters up. We've gone about 120 meters over the bottom.
Yeah.
Did the port arm graph fall?
Sleepy.
Yes.
What is this? Is this a stalked crinoid?
Yes, it is. You want to look at it? You want to do something with it?
I'm thinking if we don't find a primnoid, I
Keep
do.
looking.
But I think this is not our day.
It's also a different morph than what we saw earlier, I think. It feels like to me, but
It's smaller. I think it's
Yeah,
just a,
just smaller.
which might make it perfect for us.
C pen right next to it.
there is
Oh,
a C
it is a
pen
C pen.
or a rock pen.
It is a rock pen.
It's a rock pen.
Hold on.
It's okay. Yeah.
Did you need me to look back at it?
No.
Nope. No, we're fine.
No, I don't want to take it, but I will want one tomorrow or whatever day that is.
It's shopping. Another. Crinoid. Yeah.
Yep, another one.
This crust is really thick.
It is really.
Man, it is just. It's so smooth over these rocks.
It's so patrioidal. There's another one of those
But
anemones.
look at these. We see these deep cuts all
I
the
do.
time, right? You keep seeing these deep cuts. Let's figure out whether this is all once a flow, and then this just dropped. Right? It looks like this is just collapsed.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the inside of the collapsed margin here.
Let's see. Man, I
That's an
can't click
isopod. Oh, there's a coral. We'll take a look at that. I think that's a coral. I don't know where you have the pointer here.
Yeah, it's a chrysogorgiid. It's a bottle brush chrysogorgia. Let's take a look.
You want to have a sit down look or?
No. Well, I don't know yet.
Let me just give you a quick one. And then you make
Oh, you've got a really small crab in there.
Yeah.
Do you want to see what it is? You need to sit down and look to see what it is.
No, it's okay. We can go.
No, it's alright.
I know we'll see.
Go
We can
ahead.
see some other ones.
Did you want to have a look at it?
Sure, go for it.
A quick look. A quick sit.
It is, it does pause if
So you're
you put
gonna-
something, if you hit a keyboard or something, so if there are keyboard functions that you
So-
press, it saves a frame, it saves a frame.
Let's see if I can.
Sorry. Yeah.
But it should stay.
You want to zoom? Zoom,
Yeah.
zoom?
I'll move over the camera to you.
I don't know, maybe it's not a crab. I thought it was, but now I think it's just a small shrimp or amphipod or something.
That's right.
I don't think I have any zoom.
Hey, focus.
I focus, I mean.
Auto? No.
You may auto it?
Do I
Sure,
have focus?
Try auto. See what works. If I'm zoomed in enough. Start turning left, I guess.
I got it, I got it.
That's weird.
I had it.
We're on auto though.
Well, I had something.
No, she manual right
That's
now.
what I'm trying to. There you go.
There we go. It's not
Nice
a crab.
job.
It looks terrible. Look at the damage on
Doesn't
this.
look very healthy, does it?
No, can you scroll
What are
down?
these things?
That's a amphipod.
I think
Or
those are
polychaete.
worms.
Those are polychaetes.
Those are absolutely worms. I'm all the way in.
Can you scroll down?
Absolutely.
Look at how terrible its coral looks.
You can see the gold axis that makes it a chrysogorgia.
Do you need to get used?
Not just yet. Just hold on a second. We'll just see. What do you think, Randy?
I don't know. I want you. Can you scroll all the way up? I'm looking for a culprit.
Yeah, there's another amphipod. Then you got this thing. Which is just, I think is that just ick?
I don't know. See how pink it is? Is that an aplecophoran? Behind that, I think it.
Okay, so there's clearly a polychaete worm there.
Yes.
See it? So there's at least 3 worms on this thing.
I think we need to collect some of the worm and from the coral and look to see for look at isotopes, don't you?
Okay, absolutely. And then I want to just image these 2 things here.
I just can't
wanna
believe
get
it. Look at the
closer?
polyps, look terrible. I can't decide if this is recovering or if it's kind of withering.
Can we cut it here?
Yeah. So we can get the polychaetes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just get more of the coral too.
Yeah. Go for it. Well, there's about to be a wash change.
Yeah, I
So.
can't tell here. Yeah, right. So let's. I'm gonna go through an image again just because
Let
while
me
we're
make
waiting.
sure Anna Mary is awake.
Pretty much in line with the bullet, like, you watch the bullet drop down, just to the left of the bullet, drop down. Oh,
There it is right here. Okay, so
out of focus is now to right, so like it's green, that's out of focus.
Just make sure that it's pressed.
No, they can't, you'll get them sinking. Green means.
Green is on, as it should be. Good job. Nice, nice job. Very nice.
Y'all good?
just having a watch change. Yeah, we're thinking about like a sample.
Sample? No,
And just
Go with the sample or?
do you wanna, chill with it, or you wanna listen?
I ain't going. Depends on.
We'll just change out,
Whatever it is.
let them
Yep.
take the sample.
sounds good.
This kind of project is called for help.
You getting this one in, or that one? I just got the down from auto heading on right now.
You're about to take a sample?
There is a jar over there.
It's a science fair.
How much would you like?
Yeah, okay, I've got it
For that?
right below, right here.
Alright.
Want to make sure we get these. There's 2 worms here, so somewhere in here is fine.
Have a good shift, boys. Alright.
There, guys.
You see where it is?
Here, boys.
Hey Ben, it's down in here.
Have a good shift, Deborah. Alright, just gonna see where we are.
If you want to get closer, we can get closer.
Can you, now we go?
We're having a shift change here, so now we are flying with Ben and Chris. We've got Debs as the MT in the room. You still have Tim and I for a little longer, but pretty soon we'll have Steve and Anna Mary in here. And so it goes.
We're going to pick up here and get a little bit closer to take the sample because on this cruise I don't think we've really seen polychaete worms inside the chrysogorgia like this.
No, we've seen the same worms on other corals, but they haven't looked as damaged as this one. This
Yeah,
really
the
looks like
polyps
it's in
are sort of-
terrible shape.
Yeah.
So
Haven't
let's
had
see what's going on. Let's get a little insight.
Nice.
All right.
Can I get 30 seconds with the camera?
That's all yours.
Thank you. Now that we're closer, I just want to go in and get a better in situ image of what this coral looks like. There's the focus.
A little darker, is it okay?
A little darker might be nice. If you got it. So you can see the polyps. If I go to focus in the back, there were 2 worms here. Well, there you can see. There you can see one clearly moving from left to right in the center of the image. You see that, Randy?
Yeah, I
Look
do.
at it go. All right. Don't know if that's the culprit. And then there's another one right here.
Well, the skeleton sure
in-
looks
in
very
red.
clean.
I don't know if I can get there or not with this focus. Waiting for it.
The thing is, it's not. There's another one behind. See, it's not just one worm. It's a total infestation. Can I
Yeah.
show you?
Yeah.
See this right here? You can see the
Yeah. Clearly.
very clearly.
Whether that's 2 kinds of worms, I don't know.
I think no. I think it's the same kind of worm. I think it's just a ton of them.
Do we,
Sorry, we were locating it, I apologize about that.
that's okay.
Sorry, we were locating it in our system, I apologize about that.
That's okay. Do you need it?
No, no, no.
All right. It's all right. Just another.
Steve, you just got done. We are going to collect this. Did you see it?
Yeah.
Do I have auto focus? Oh, I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
They're not that rare. And then what else have we seen? There's lots of used anemones. There's one of there's corallivory. And
Did Adam get his rough?
we got one for him. So there's two rocks. Choose one you want.
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not too bad. It's true that always in there.
Yeah, it's not really. There's no reason to take a discount unless you get for microbes. Yeah.
Okay.
Not too different.
So I think what we want to do is sample this from below those two worms. So
And that's the lower worm right there? There's,
Yeah.
Okay.
so somewhere. Oh, I have my pointer.
We need another paracord.
Sorry. Yeah. So somewhere down here.
Okay.
That'd be good. All right. Thank you.
That's my fault. Timmy, you don't want another paragorgia, do you? I left it in the dive plan.
No, I'm okay. No. I'm okay.
Okay, good. I will edit the plan before I go to bed. Thank you for looking at it though. Thanks for doing
I mean, we've moved outside of the equatorial productivity band, so a lot of the big fans, are a lot more sparse.
This is really different stuff, though.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's more oligotrophic surface water, so it's much clearer down here too.
Yeah.
Morning. Glad to see you awake.
It is tiny. So get as low as you want.
Yeah.
It's fine.
We're looking for it, I can't see it.
Yeah, no. It's really tiny.
I think we could just take it.
You can take the whole thing
Yeah.
for a quiver. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just thinking. Just thinking.
It's a lot of thinking.
What?
It's a lot of thinking.
Sorry.
No.
You know what I'm thinking about is fidelity versus
Ha! What?
So right, these are different. You're not finding your crab here. Instead, you have worms. And so what I'm thinking about is, do unhealthy corals not have the same signals?
Don't know if the crab was here and left.
Right. So
Because
that's,
the way it is now, or whether the scent of the coral is different now. You don't have any idea. I mean, great.
excellent. So I don't know. It's just I'm just thinking.
Yep.
You want to take more images before we...
Just a quick zoom would be great. Hold on a second. And then we'll just get the in-situ shot.
Got it.
Working on it.
not
We'll
in
wait
situ.
for it. And that's the worm. These are going to be tiny worms when they get up, you know that.
Very teeny tiny.
Yeah, that's okay.
We'll have to put them
There
all
we go.
together into one sample for stable isotopes, I think.
We'll see.
Unless you won't have enough tissue.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Camera's yours.
This is going to be what number?
This is 652. It's going into quiver. Looks like 16.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I flip this view and put it
No,
in the
absolutely flip it. Yep. Perfect.
Nice. Where is it? Yeah, you're gonna get that. Camera. Let's camera back.
All right.
Oh, it's right there.
So we should let Steve and,
Yep.
and Mary
Yep.
take over after this collection. So everyone, thank you very much. It's been so fun. Tim and I are gonna exit stage left and let Steve and Anna Mary come on watch.
All the capabilities of the vehicle are working.
I think the port arm's got a ground. Not a big deal.
And
Got 2 rock samples.
got it. How long is the dive truck?
It's not that long. It's like 16 meters. Don't race through it.
We've gone about 120 meters.
Yeah. Is there room to run?
Just up
No.
at the top.
Are we at the peak of something?
No.
Well, there's a room to run on.
There's a rim to run on, yeah.
Okay.
But I wouldn't race.
No, we're not racing.
Okay.
Just, you know,
Yeah.
what was the dive track length?
Let's look at.
Yeah.
Can you back out on the left?
No. Let me show you. Here, you got it.
Here's Steve.
I'll look at here on the map. That would be the best spot to get up there.
Thank you. I will watch from my room for a while.
It's been rock all the way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Enjoy the dive, guys. The penultimate one.
It was a shallowest bathy without mapping the whole thing, I guess. Somewhere in the 1200, 1100 meter range.
Shocking.
Okay. Can I go zoom in whenever? I think we got a sponge here, stalked sponge. Yeah, very little live stuff, but mostly dead sponge rubble. Nothing on it. Okay, thank you.
Break it a little bit.
Looks great, thank you.
Warm down her. Did you sleep well?
Do you hear that?
What's
No
that?
slipper day.
Turns out, well, if certain people were on the sticks, we might do 6 hours.
You mean lunchtime, right?
We can go poking over on that just a little bit to look at the crab.
Not really
So
expecting.
breakfast.
Well, breakfast for people who have been new to.
It's my lunchtime is breakfast, so.
Just leave it midnight people at breakfast.
Line and love.
I think the last hour we're trying to get more of the people.
For the people.
It's not about our super.
So we can crawl. See every single one, that's cool.
An old sponge stock with some zoanthids, hydroids, and one crab, one brittle star, a couple of crabs. Yeah.
Crab is that? Two bases.
What do you think?
What is it?
It's,
Those are different crabs than we've had.
sampleable.
The entire cruise.
Both of them?
Both of them.
It's one part.
It's horrible. It's not so different.
Invertebrate.
Say the word.
Yeah.
What-
I mean, what can I say?
What's up?
Like a suction?
Yeah.
Can we?
Do we have
I mean,
enough
it's just,
of a toe there?
right, I mean, we haven't seen those too, but they're also not on the call, but still, that's amazing. I don't recognize those from any PIPA.
No, yeah, I think so. Everything is, everything's a little bit different here, but
Yeah.
there are some similar threads.
Yeah,
At least in the corals.
yeah, it came in some bamboo whips
Mm-hmm.
at the beginning. Yeah, these are fun. Jumper.
Did the wing crab stay on or did it leave?
I think they're both on. I think a brittle star jumped off. Right.
Char's queued up.
Wait a second.
6.
You ready? You guys ready collecting something?
Yeah, ready.
Okay. Let's,
I'm just gonna jump in here and grab one photo.
Can't see the other crab though.
Yeah,
Where it is.
yeah. Well, we'll get to him one at a time.
Chris is trying to
Ready?
What number is that?
653.
6.
Let's see. These can sometimes be problematic, so we'll see what we can get first. There's 2 potential collections here.
To the right. Alright, I need you to extend out the ramps, yeah, 'cause I don't have any space to move around. Is that all you got? Alright, that should be quick.
It's a good rock poker. Good to know for the future.
No, how many feet closer? Maybe good to move my arm. Alright, look up.
Maybe you can use the coral to.
But
On
not even there. We're destroying it.
I'll shut it off.
I don't know how good it is.
It said
Push it in.
push it in with the coral.
Yeah, yeah. You know, try and push it in with the coral a little bit just to dislodge it.
Look up.
I mean, it does risk having to put it upside down potentially.
Stuff here.
Zoom in a little bit. I'm still on.
Roger.
Be a little bit more safe.
This should be squat lobsters. We'll see if we can get one or two. Yeah, okay. You might be able to drop it into into a quiver, right? Like this.
We can, whether or not it's full way far that's top on it, can't say.
Yeah, yeah, that's always the issue.
I can't really use the other arm 'cause it's ground floor. Hang on.
Biobox?
We can do a bio box, but I don't know if I can get it out of there if I'm concerned.
I understand.
Yeah. I don't know how lodged he is.
Do you want to suction part of the coral?
No, no, it's just zoanthids.
Yeah.
I'm get up and stay. It's bad. I got time to think. Alright, that's not gonna happen. So we'll
You want to try biobox or?
Let me shut it off. Let me shut it off for a second.
back on. Alright, we'll go for, I think he'll probably be stunned enough that he won't fly out of the bio box right now. Oh.
This feels something.
What's that?
I got full suction right now.
Alright. We can try a bio box. We will do a little bit back up, so. What do you think? I can,
Is there anything in the bio boxes?
Nothing.
what I can do,
What if we?
I can put it in the quiver and just use the other arm for a second, just to get the other arm positioned and ready. Drop it in there, put it on. Alright, so you wanna grab the arm back? We're gonna put it in the quiver or something. Just need you to grab the blades and put it on your ship blades so it gets shoved either way.
I need to watch out for this.
Alright, go for it.
Watching out.
Bring the camera back, please. Alright, go ahead and grab lid 15.
You're gonna have to operate the camera.
Yeah.
for us,
Tell me what you need.
I just follow it, go to the left.
Yep.
See his arm. I can turn this one, I gotta turn it on first.
Say hi. Just need to say
When
hi.
you're ready.
Do you remember what you're doing on this one?
I haven't found any yet.
I know. I heard there was another glass octopus and I missed it again.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
No.
Have a good watch.
Thank you.
Go for it. Hurry up. You got ground fault, so quick. To your right. To your right. Not that one. There you go. That's it. Alright, go right there. As soon as I get this in there. Alright, so Russ, come here. He's gonna put this on, he's gonna shut the pump off, so if you wanna shut the pump off so you can operate the arm, you're good. Good? Alright, you ready?
Yep.
Go for it.
Pumps off.
Yeah, it's good. Anyway.
It's coming.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna go quick. Ready? Go. Oh, no. Now suck it. Turn it out.
Turn it on.
Let's leave it here.
I wanna see if we can collect him in the, on the, arm first.
Right.
Before we go, because he's stuck. Alright, so is it on?
Yes.
Alright, so it's not coming. Alright, ready? Go for it. Go.
Alright.
Good job.
Wow. Nice job. Thanks, Steve.
Got
Do
storage.
you want the other one?
Alright, but just close the lid. So let the
So it's
other
gonna
crab
be Q15
Alright, so then you can stow it.
and just one squat lobster.
Don't see somebody ready to lace them up.
I'm off.
Alright,
So he wants to stop it.
Yeah, it's not on it.
Alright.
That's because it's switched off.
Yeah, we got it.
It's good. It's on.
I'll just submit this one.
Yes.
Alright, now the
Great.
other one.
We're gonna skip the other one.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry to disappoint. Just wanna keep the train on schedule, you know?
Smaller, easier one. That's fine.
Yeah. It was probably the easier one, but yeah, you get fewer points for easy. Oof. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, but you guys just got mistaken for J-Rod and Cody by the internet.
I don't care.
Ben and Chris are piloting for everyone on shoreside. Yes, yeah. Let's do it. Well, that was an exciting way to start the watch. I was on the edge of my seat.
I don't know what it's got nothing to do with the iris.
All right.
That map looks like one of those rich skin tattoos.
Not much on today's dive, but I'm trying to move up through anything here. There's a small hemicorallium down there. It's kind of what I'd expect to see at this depth. Pretty sparse, a lot of anemones. I'm surprised seeing lots of anemones so far. There's some large branching sponges as well, although none of them really too live yet. We've seen one with some live branch tips, but mostly these holdfasts. Not even a coral holdfast, which would indicate that there were corals here at one time. Squat lobster so far. Brachiopod, 2 rocks. Seen a few cup corals so far on the last watch. None yet.
A
But
cup coral.
yeah, the solitary stony coral polyps. So while we're translating over this hard rocky bottom in search of a few targeted corals, don't forget to send in your questions. We'll try and answer them as we go through the dive today. If anyone has any burning questions on shore. We're in a totally different area than we were just a few days ago on our transit back through Hawaii. We're actually more in the Line Islands chain of seamounts and islands right now that extends roughly from the Line Islands going all the way down to the equator and south and east of us up to Johnston Atoll to the northwest. So we're kind of in the middle between Hawaii and where we were in the northern Phoenix archipelago. We're going to be here probably for the next few days in various parts, mapping and diving in this area. Stalked crinoid. Can I go half in on the stalked crinoid?
Yes.
Closer look. like a bathy crinoid of some kind. Delicate.
Is that a shrimp?
There's a shrimp on there, yep. That stalk, though, indicates that this thing is probably a lot older than it looks. The base is a much thicker diameter than the upper part of it, which suggests regrowth at one point, maybe. Alright, that's great. I'll have to defer to our chief scientist Randy on that shell that was collected the other day. It's not something I've looked at, so I will save that question for when she comes back on watch, maybe in the morning. But we haven't had a chance to identify that shell from a few days ago.
We were on the wrong business. We guess to live in Rhode Island, so I guess straight up. Cost that much. Not cheap. So,
Costs a lot more over there. More meter. At least where I live. It's expensive, it's expensive.
Jacksonville. Beach is really good. I mean, I don't know. I'm not there for so long. Didn't seem like it.
Nice.
City limits.
The carnivores are big, pretty big.
Nice though.
Sounds a long time ago since I lived there 40 years ago. It's not too many bumpers. Trying to get rid of it. Since I got all the videos off, all done or something.
That's a jellyfish.
Oh yeah, small little Medusa. Yep. What are we at? 1522.
What's that? I lived in the Heights. It's in Washington, and it's just west of downtown.
So what we're looking at the rocky surface now is, very different from what we were looking at even just a few days ago when we were diving on a shallow bank that was primarily the carbonate cap of an old volcano. We're looking at what looked like very thick, smooth deposits of iron manganese crust. Can we zoom in on this stalked crinoid right here?
Keep saying words that don't really have any meanings.
1,042 meters is the minimum depth of the surface that we've at.
Oh,
So that means somebody on the board downstairs won.
somebody technically. To be exact.
So whoever is, I guess, the one was closest, because it was is right rolls. But
Alright, we're gonna set up for our collection here of this crinoid into a bird.
Bridge ROV.
You want to
Morning.
sample
I'm gonna
use
pause
the
you right there
picture?
for a minute.
Yes, we're gonna, after they set up, we're gonna do some more imagery, yeah.
Thank you. You cool thing?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just gonna do some imagery as soon as we, sit down. Alright, gonna do some imagery first and some video shots. Alright, can we do one in situ shot?
Yep.
Alright, pushing into the second.
Where? Yeah, we just inside 610 right off of I-10. Just south of I-10. We'll look for the
Alright, hit it.
best area to walk.
I don't see any other associated animals here.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Let's do a quick scan around, that's full zoom. Tip to base.
Okay, if you feel like you might drift back a little bit, you can push forward because we're pretty close to the 50. So if you want to push forward about 10, 15 meters, that'd be outstanding.
Excellent, will do, cheers.
Alright.
Okay. I think we can go ahead with the collection. The whole thing should fit in a quiver. This will be sample 654. Quiver 1-4.
Any additional text for this one?
Stalked crinoid
Bring us some far outside.
for now.
This is
Yep. We're gonna go into Q14. It's a good question about how we go about collecting these and processing them at the surface. It's true that some things in the deep ocean are more delicate when you get them up onto on land where they're not supported by any buoyancy. A lot of these things are very fragile, and if you were to pull them out of the water, the lack of having their own buoyancy of their tissues causes them to fall apart in some cases. But for the most part, most things don't do that. The real stress is very nice. The real stress is associated with the changes in temperature, and even small changes in temperature associated with the collection as it comes from the seafloor through the surface and into the wet lab. We try and keep them as cold as possible, but they definitely have a response from starting to mucus or starting to fall apart. They'll start jettisoning parts of their appendages because they're stressed. But for the most part, we try to avoid that, since it doesn't really make for good preservation.
Is head down alright? Top down alright?
Top down side, yeah.
That's my first time to see the yellow crinoid.
First time seeing a stalked crinoid sample?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean the yellow one.
Yeah, this one actually looks like one of the smaller. To look up the family now. I've been surprised at the diversity of stalked crinoids here. There's been 3 or 4 so far. We've seen bathycrinids, proisocrinus, as well as what was the yellow one?
Okay, were you just looking
Yes. Yeah, until a few years ago, during the NOAA capstone expeditions on the Okeanos Explorer, we were really unaware of the diversity and abundance of some of the stalked crinoids in some of these places. It's pretty stunning. They rival corals in terms of abundance in some places. Willicrinus was the other one. But even at our last site, we were seeing an abundance of phrynocrinids, which are crinoids that have branching arm tips, and last dive or so, we had sampled some what looked like bone fragments underneath one of these coral colonies, and it turns out they were actually ossicles from the stalk of these crinoids. It's not one single stalk, as in a lot of the corals you might see with that sampling. They're actually made up of like columns, mini columns that are glued together with tissue, or in some cases moderately calcified. But they're hard structures that this crinoid will lay down to get up into the flow of the water.
Okay.
Looks great. Thank you. So we just checked off our second waypoint, and now we're headed in a totally different direction towards the northwest. We're headed up to a depth of around 1,300 meters, which is pretty much the rim of this large Seamount feature. Our primary goal is to not only characterize the site, but also make some collections of some particular corals for ongoing experiments on the ship here. And similar to our objectives previously when we were in the Phoenix Archipelago, we're also interested in associates of all of the corals and sponges and things that are here, which is why we had collected that crab a bit earlier.
What's this kind of rock, you think, Steve?
Oh yeah, the rock is definitely one of the most interesting features of this site. It has this bubbly texture. Yeah, this is a type of crust morphology called botryoidal, which basically is, if you were to look at it a little bit closer, it would look like a cluster of grapes, which is where it gets its name from. But these are typically associated with relatively thicker crust accumulation and higher crust accumulation rates. It's a rock pen, sea pen. We've seen a couple of them so far. We'll skip this one. We got a good zoom on one of them during one of our previous collections. Anthoptylum, most likely. I'm gonna tilt up just a touch so I can see what's coming into view. Can I zoom in on this white stalk here? I suspect it's a sponge or Zoanthid. Yep, similar to what the crab was on before. This looks like a Zoanthid colony. Zoanthids are relatives of stony corals as well as. Oh wait, hold on. Can we look a little bit closer at that? Set down. Yeah, thank you. So I'm setting up on this one coral that we suspected was a Zoanthid, but we're going to take a second look since there are some characters here that make it look not so Zoanthid-like, but we'll find out what this could be. Alright, so this is interesting. So this is actually, this is an octocoral, and this is in the genus Acanthogorgia. It's not something I'd expected to find here, and I'm not sure I've never really seen an unbranched Acanthogorgia before. I'm not sure if it's just unbranched or if it's a species that is particularly, or an individual that's particularly in bad shape. But this would be collection worthy, I think, just for confirmation of ID. But it's one of these that's it's pretty easy to identify if the polyps are contracted, because the sclerites that stick out from between the tentacles are visible here, and they look somewhat spiny on the tops of the polyps. So this is actually interesting to collect. So I think we're going to also grab a piece of this. It's small enough that I can just...
I do want, so just the one on the left, not the...
Yeah, I mean, if
right.
whatever you need to do to get as low to the base as possible. So if the stick comes with it, that's fine too.
What kind of color
I
is
can
that?
grab the entire thing.
Yeah, go for it. So this is called Acanthogorgia. Okay, let me just do a laser shot. There we go. Okay, awesome.
Which-
Acanthogorgiidae, yeah, right up there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we're gonna do a collection of this as well.
Okay.
There's no associates on it, but we can always take a look. Some of these corals have associates hidden from between the polyps. For example, polychaete worms can sometimes live in and around the polyps. This is quite pale for Acanthogorgia, which is normally pretty pale already, but you know, there's usually a yellow wash to it. So I'm curious to see if I'm curious to see if there's any branching here that I'm not seeing, because if it's unbranched Acanthogorgia, that would be actually quite an interesting observation, since I'm not aware of any that occur like that. So 655 is this number. 1509 meters. Yeah, and this Acanthogorgia is very different from what we were seeing deeper as well. Or not deeper, but further south.
Do you have any additional tips?
Oh yeah. Acanthogorgia is
Oh,
yeah,
the rock.
exactly.
The rock.
Perfect. Yeah, let's
The rock.
yeah. Yeah. Just go with it. Start putting it in a quiver. Can you go in a quiver? What do you think?
I'll see. I'll have to give it over and see if that rock's gonna fit.
Okay.
Watching out.
I'm not particularly attached to the rock that the coral is, so.
And you know how I feel about
I know.
it.
At the very least, if we want the rock too, which is
Yeah, the rock's-
completely optional, we can put it in the bio box, but the
It'll
in the rock box. Great. Yeah, having that attached is actually very helpful, because it allows us to scrape near the holdfast. 13.
Remember, just make sure you write it down. It's rock with coral attached. Priority.
All right. We'll go with that. Rock with
It's coral.
coral
With rock
attached.
Ben, we don't need your opinion on this. You just drive the bus.
Great collection.
You're good.
All right. Can make some way now. On search for these larger sea fans.
Alright, Ollie, I'll start moving you again.
Thank you very much.
Very nice euplectellid sponge. Former euplectellid sponge. Very little in the way of live sponges here. Hopefully the right brittle stars on it.
Sneak behind you on the Mary real quick. Just for a sec. You guys don't mind.
A lot of cup corals. Probably Javania, they have typical Javania morphology, a lot of these. Very thin pedestal. Very large flared cup. Calyx, so
Wait,
red.
what is the name of the corallivory?
It belongs in this category, solitary stony coral.
Oh, okay.
And then the genus name is probably Javania. It seems to be one of the more common genera down here, and they have this very thin pedestal and are somewhat usually bent or long and thin, and then typically pale to red or pinkish colored tissue. A couple of the species in that genus are actually cosmopolitan. You find them in both the Atlantic and the Pacific. They're quite widespread.
Alright.
Sea cucumbers. Can we take a look at this bamboo coral over on the left? Just a quick scan. Shouldn't need to sit down, just want to check for associates. Unbranched. No associates. Okay, great. We're definitely in the realm of the bamboo corals down here. They typically do best.
Is that a sea pan?
Yeah, on the rock there. Yeah, they kind of blend in. Sea pen and the two cup corals.
Oh, I see.
Let's see that.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the sea pen, 50%. So like the sea pens we were digging for in the sediment earlier, these have a peduncle at the bottom where they used to, rather than dig into the sediment, they use it to attach to a rock like a suction cup. This one looks very similar to a genus called Invertebrate, which has a species called Lithophyllum, or rock lover, that is known from the eastern tropical Pacific. So this is definitely one that we can compare with that, and it actually looks quite similar. We've collected a couple of rock pens so far, including a representative from this particular genus from a bit further south, but otherwise these are pretty impressive adaptations by these pennatulations. They are typically soft sediment dwellers, but they've specialized to the seamount environment. And these are the cup corals we've been seeing, which these are almost certainly Juvenia as well. This one has its tissue withdrawn, so it's a little bit easier to see the sclerosepta, these large structural elements. This one is very characteristic of Juvenia. Very large, thin sclerosepta. There we go. Great shot. As well as a tiny, tiny sponge. Okay, ready to go. Some pretty impressive topography. Overhang. I can actually zoom in on the underside of this rock and this mucus bag here. I've been trying to figure out. Oh, sure. We've been trying to figure out what makes these I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen any fishes, right?
Yeah, but I've seen those in other dives in other places.
There's an eel inside them?
Attributed to an eel.
It's not impossible. I just saw there was some structures on here.
So shining.
Okay.
Get the sponge here.
This is a bag of mucus. I'm not sure what animal it belongs to, but actually there's a worm up top. Hold on. I'm not sure if this is what's making the mucus bag. There's this small, what looks like a spaghetti worm or something on the rock surface here. Although I'm not sure that's what's making this mucus bag. Yeah, there's definitely some sort of worm in there. Several of these sea stars, brittle stars, but that's it. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure that, even something like this mucus is highly nutritional in the deep sea, where there might not be a lot of resources. All right, great, thank you. All set.
It's okay, you can throw me under the bus on that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I value your friendship.
Can I grab a popcorn and I knew it was gonna be a problem, but I was hungry and I didn't want food yet.
You're hungry, but you didn't want food, so you
Well,
brought
like a whole meal, I just wanted a snack. I know, I'm that person, yes.
Don't feel bad, Dennis. He picks on me all the time.
I don't know.
Then you bring it on yourself.
What?
I would be in the wrong if I didn't think of
Let me take a look at this spiraling bamboo coral. Specifically the upper third of it, where it's starting to spiral.
Hi, Dad.
More Mr. Smith.
Hi, Dad.
I can hide my face and get a camera on you, maybe popcorn away, but
No.
Wait, did she say that?
Mm-hmm.
there's all the distractions.
Right. So we're looking at a bamboo coral here. You can just barely make out these proteinaceous nodes. Actually, there seems to be a lot of activity here. Polyps are quite mobile. So the one thing that caught my eye about this colony was that it was spiraling, which is not typical for bamboo corals. Sometimes they do that, but sometimes it's just that when these colonies get very large, they do some funny things, like branching at odd intervals, or doing these weird spiraling things with their upper portions. Oh, there is a crab on there. Just make out one claw. Very, very small crab. Probably not more than a few polyps in size. Although this is an amazing shot against the background. If only the crab was on this side. But otherwise, I'm also looking for some characters on this coral, like these large intertentacular spines. On some of these polyps, you can see that they actually have what look like spiny projections coming out of the tops of the polyp. Some of those spines are diagnostic to certain clades within the bamboo corals, as well as the polyp morphology when they're closed is useful information. All right, I think that's that. I'm just going to scan the rest of the colony and we'll be off. I don't see any other associates. Nope. That's it. Very healthy looking bamboo coral. Thanks.
Is that like a pod?
Oh, that one's an anemone, yeah. Yeah, we were talking the other day about how anemones usually get kind of they're the unfortunate casualties of a lot of exploration. I mean, they do seem widely distributed in depth, but the reason we don't collect them very much is that they don't preserve very well unless you have large quantities of ethanol or formalin, which don't really have access to right now. Kind of supply limited in some cases. Just the same, they don't dry out. So we're kind of limited in our capacity to ship them, and these are quite large, even though they are quite large on the seafloor, and they're just as massive when they get up on deck sometimes. So we do have a number of anemones that are in our collections, but they're largely associated with coral colonies, for example. So this looks like Iridogorgia with one shrimp associate. This might be Bella, but we'll have to take a look and do some measuring later on. I'm just considering the tightness of the whorls here and spirals, which is an indicator of Iridogorgia bella. And then the associate here,
Shrimp.
yeah, shrimp. It's not going to give us its secrets. Looking for a few diagnostic features like any appendages, claws, things like that. It does look to have eggs, so that is one observation to make. But otherwise a pretty healthy Iridogorgia. Great, thanks. Stalked crinoids. Do we have a Fledermaus map of this dive track?
Yeah.
Awesome. So we're kind of just entering the steep portion then.
Yeah, I guess if that's steep,
Yeah.
you might want to, before you go up, kind of come along this wall or something.
Yeah.
I mean, this,
As far as like transition, we're out.
yeah, we're kind of on a little bit of a ridge-ish thing,
Yeah.
and then we kind of come up, but there might be something on his face a little bit. Up to you, but it's really
Yeah, there's not much here. Let's see. While I think about that, we'll look at this red sea pen here. This is this is the sea pen that keeps taunting me.
We'll go for it.
No, we got enough of it, but it's a beautiful, probably Protoptilum or something very similar in the Protoptilidae family, but yeah, this they're fast. You know, did I try and collect one with you guys?
With me, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was gonna go for it again.
Yeah, no, you won't get your vengeance this time. I think Russ took the prize. He got a whole 4 centimeters of one, which was pretty impressive.
He just dug.
Yeah.
Thing.
Yeah, I think the push core idea was my idea, but
Yeah.
I'll give him credit for it. Happy to provide sampling strategies anytime.
Keep pushing chance for
I mean, it would be really nice to have a whole one. I don't know.
We could have gotten it that last time. I think we just would have gotten the very top.
Yeah,
We caught it, but it was
I know.
3/4 of the way retracted.
I mean, honestly, I think if we had a little bit more time, I would say go for it. I think I just don't. I mean, I guess if you grab in the middle of the colony, how fast can the jaw close? Can you like? Can you speed it up?
Not any faster than it is right
Yeah.
now.
I think the thing is they sense it and they're just gone. They sense some sort of tactile response. Yeah, I'm just worried about how deep that sediment is. Never find it again. I would love to have a whole one though. One day.
It's a big shrimp.
Alright, so dive track, let me see. Let's go up a couple meters, 10 or 20 meters or so, and see what we see on the steep faces here. If it looks promising, if there's some large attached fans, maybe we'll think about doing some crabbing along the wall, but I also think the shallower we go, the more likely we're going to see larger fans.
There it is.
Even big stalked crinoid. Bamboo coral. Oh, Victor, where'd you see him? We'll take a look at the purple one. I guess both of them, really, if you have the time. We'll do a quick scan of both of these colonies. Nice asteroschematid with colony of Victorgorgia. Get a close grab for Tim of the associate, and then nice view of the oral disc there. Alright, that's one. And then this one I really want to just focus on the branch tip here, see if this associate is a snail or if it's egg case or something that at the branch tip. There is an anemone here. This one thing looks like an egg case of some type. There are hydroids on the end, of course, but this egg case is very interesting. It's very reminiscent of some of the Dumbo octopus egg cases we were seeing down in the monument. But for the most part,
So big.
yeah, no way of really telling how old that is either. And on the bamboo coral, let's see, just for confirmation's sake, this looks the same as the one we sampled last time. These large intertentacular sclerites, spines, needles, and these somewhat articulated polyps when they close. Oh, there we go, another associate. This is the same type of crab we just saw in the last one that was kind of out of our view.
So the big thing over there is a Zoanthid or what?
There's an anemone on the on the tip of the colony. It's full zoom. So it looks like only one squat lobster here, but a bunch of other associates. Okay, great. Yeah, let's, I mean, this is promising. Can we maybe deviate a little bit? Sure. I don't want to go too far off track. Maybe, yeah, towards the west, yeah. Or maybe we can do kind of like a box, you know, up across 10 meters, go up, 10 meter across, along the wall, maybe 10 to 30 meters, and then go up 10 more meters and then come back the other way. Do kind of a grid. Another large Guilacrinus, stalked crinoid. I think this is similar to the one we collected, but this is a larger adult with air quotes. It's not really easy to tell how old a lot of these stalked crinoids are. They could be many, many years old, tens of years. You'll see how mucusy they are when they come up. They're really interesting critters. That mucus is kind of a response both to them being touched and handled, but also the temperature changes. All right.
flat, bare.
If there's nothing out, a few meters this way, anything below us down there? Just the anemone. Not gonna worry about that one. I was just curious about this wall. I don't see anything down there though. Yeah. All right. If there's nothing out this way, we'll go up a little bit and then kind of crowd back the other way towards our track line. Yep. Yeah, huge too. Probably close to a meter if you factor in the arm tips.
Wait, is that a sea pig?
This one?
Or crinoid?
Crinoid. Yeah. There was a sea pen just underneath it.
They happy?
Happy, yeah.
I'll grab back to my right.
Yeah.
Come back on.
Looks good. One of the reasons why we suspect that this area is more sparse at these shallower depths is that where we were a few days ago, down within, we're at 9 north latitude right now, within 5 north and further south, we're in an area where we have a lot of productivity in the surface water associated with upwelling along the equator. And this productivity kind of fuels these marine snow blooms, and there's a pretty reliable heavy rain of this marine snow into the deep ocean benthos, what we call carbon export from the surface ocean, and that export kind of fuels the larger sea fans we were seeing more regularly down deeper. Can I zoom in on this little stick thing at the just to check if it's something similar to what we've seen? Yeah. Acanthogorgia with some barnacles on it. That's good. That's good. Let me see. So it looks like that unbranched Acanthogorgia is probably not unbranched. It's just that we saw only one of the branches live when we sampled it. But also. So it does seem to indicate that's a branched Acanthogorgia, which is typically what we'd expect. I don't know of any Acanthogorgia species that are exclusively unbranched off the top of my head, but doesn't mean we can't find one, ever. Which is why we're trying to sample as much morphological diversity as we can find on this expedition. There's a fair amount of marine snow here relative to deeper. I think it's definitely gotten a bit cloudier. So I'm optimistic that we'll have some more on this way. What if we do oh, there's a fan off to the left.
Plexari coral.
Most likely. Most likely. We'll take a look at this one, and then if we don't see anything in the immediate area, we'll kind of crab back to the right off the track. Kind of do the same thing on the opposite side of the line. Check out this yellow coral first. If possible, like viewing it on one side so we can see the brittle star clearly. Yep, it's a plexaurid, that's for sure. This actually looks very similar to something we sampled in our first couple ABNJ sites, which is not all that unusual. We're not that far from our first sites. We visited our World Oceans Day dive from earlier last month, I guess, which is just a ways north and west of here. Very useful imagery. Definitely a plexaurid. A lot of corals here have their polyps pulled in. I think only the bamboos and maybe Victorgorgia had their polyps out. All the plexaurids and Acanthogorgias have all their polyps in. Not sure if that's a response to something or if it's just us being nearby. Okay, great. That looks good. Yeah, so I guess we'll just kind of crab off to the right side, do the same thing, and just kind of go back and forth. Try and expand the viewing distance a bit. No, there's a bit more stuff in the steeps up here. Surprised that I think that we were just in a bad slope. Gonna go half in on this one, on this hemicorallium. Yeah, definitely. All right, great. pulling out. There was an Umbellula seed pen also in the background.
See that white one?
No, over in the crevice there, but don't worry about it. We're not gonna go check out that one. We'll see some more. I'm certain of it.
Herb, 15 minutes.
Sure.
What do you think the view distance is, like, from here to where there's no more light? 10 meters or so?
You found it?
Yeah.
No? Crust, I guess it's a little bit more further light, but my crust up is close. Let's see what it's saying.
Take a quick half zoom on the top of this bamboo coral. I don't see any crabs. Usually, when these bamboo corals, don't really have a well-defined growth. Morphology could indicate that there's somewhat variable currents in the area. When they're spiraled like this, or if they are growing in multiple directions over time. Alright, we can make our way back to center line after we've come up a bit. Actually, I may want to check out this white branching thing in the distance. Can you sit down for this one? It's a bamboo coral, I think. It has an interesting branching pattern though. Wow, look at that crust. Oof. internodal branching. Now I know what all these scraggly branches are all about. There's these polychaete worms, right? They grow these tubes that attach to the skeletal material of the colony. Then the bamboo coral grows over it and it forms these brambles. Actually makes a lot of sense now, since we were seeing something like this at similar sites here, but also down in Howland and Baker. Zoom in on one of these closed polyps here. Associates, really none to speak of, just these polychaete worms. Okay,
Just gonna go with balance.
sure. It's been pretty good today. That's, from my thinking.
We can keep it as this.
No, go ahead, do your white balance. I wonder if it has something to do with just the amount of stuff in the water column. It's much more clear here.
Not much for change.
All set.
Here, going back to one.
Got it.
Persecution.
It's Metallogorgia probably. Yeah, same family. We'll do a 50% zoom to do ID of the associate. Can we come back down a little bit more? Yeah, it looks like Metallogorgia. One of these ones we are not sure about. Maybe this. I've been calling this in various ways Metallogorgia species 5, but we do have specimens of these. Oh, that looks better. Okay, just one crab. Thanks. Yeah. Exactly. I think it's a good plan to aim.
Ooh, a fish.
Yep. It's a good plan to aim to get the next group somewhere on the top of the Seamount rim at the start of their next watch, so they can run along the top for as long as they need to, hopefully to find us.
So ready for like 5 or 6 right here.
Yeah, something like that by the end of the next couple hours. But I think we've had better luck finding things in the steeps here, so I'm happy to try and just crab along as much as possible. If we don't find anything here, at least they have some time to still grab some stuff if they see it up on the top of the rim.
Steve, that wall that I was talking about is like 200 meters over here.
Yeah.
So, we haven't really traveled very far from being on top of this ridge.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I don't want to deviate too much from the track as drawn.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure that you were catching the scale of that surface.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's certainly doable in 8 hours out of or what do we say, 10 hours? 12 hours deck to deck, 10 hours bottom time. That's totally doable at a very leisurely pace.
I think there's some acceleration.
A few years ago, so we're pretty much right outside the USCEZ, associated with Kingman Reef and Palmyra Atoll. That unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. A few years ago, we were out here with the EV Nautilus, doing some explorations, and we came across similar trends where there was pretty depauperate deepwater coral and sponge communities in the monument parts further north, but as we moved towards the equator, it was much more species rich and dense coral communities. I'm going to zoom in on these crabs just for ID sake. Okay. Looks okay. Yeah. We'll do another half zoom on the purple coral there. Yep. probably better. These purple Victororchia seem to have all the same associate on them. I feel like it's a bit like Groundhog's Day, seeing the same ones over and over. Oh, I'm a max up there. Okay, I think that's fine. Emperor seamounts have already been tackled. Fortunately, it's a bit of a trek to get up there. Yeah. I know. It's a sore point, apparently, but they were asking about it in the chat.
Oh.
Personally, I'm fine working in the nice tropical equator.
It's spooky up there. It's very
Foggy.
foggy and
Really?
spooky.
Foggy? Yeah.
Super foggy. It
How's-
was like you'd sit on the back deck and think a monster was gonna get you.
Really,
It's
huh?
super creepy.
Cooper's furthest on the coast.
Well, there's shipping lanes and stuff up there too. You have a lot of traffic. Yeah.
No.
No.
Which is,
Russians?
well, the Russians. We have the Russians.
Oh.
We had like, it was just,
How was the weather? Other than the
wet.
fog, cold and wet. Well, how far north did you get?
Ways. I don't, not like all the way to, yeah, all the way to the oceans, but on top. I have to look at the minute.
I do remember catching a few of those dives, seeing some just like crazy, insane, crusty rocks.
Yes, it's cruise.
Yeah.
It's somewhere even big.
And big monster bubblegum corals.
We did the gap, and we went quite north of that, so I think
Wow.
we're somewhere up here.
Yeah, that's impressive. So how many days transit back is that?
It's
It's gotta
like
be
this
like
cruise where they pulled everything off, and it was really long, and yeah, I think it was like 14 out, 14 back.
strapped extra fuel tanks to the back or something.
Was he
Right,
stopped?
you guys can probably put in water in the tanks.
That's a anemone, flytrap anemone, and then a crinoid. Yeah, so we've coming up the end of this year. I'll be out on Nautilus. We're headed out to the Wentworth Seamounts and Don Quixote Seamounts, which are in the northwest Hawaiian Islands, part of the monument. Yep, right to just to the lower left of your cursor. That set right there.
Cool.
So we're going to be there in November and then part of December, and then in December we're going to be going further east to the Chautauqua Seamounts, which are just south of that little hook. Yeah, that one. Going to be doing an expedition there as well. Those are quite deep.
Yeah. Mostly map too, except for this one.
Yep. Yep. So some of those sites are in the monument, and some of them are outside, but should be interesting. Some other plans on the docket for next year, but I'll leave that in suspense in the Northwest Hawaiian Islands area.
yeah, when we were in the Emperor Seamounts, it was really cool diving there, you know.
Yeah.
The area
Yeah.
was really nice, it was interesting. It was just a rock clouds.
Yeah. Can we take a look at this brambly structure? Whatever that is. I think it's another Victororchia. It just looks really ragged. pushing in. Closed polyps. Same kind of ophiuroid, this time 3 anemones associated with it. What's that thing at the bottom on the left-hand side? Is that a
It's like a tiny,
nudibranch?
yeah.
Yeah. Huh. That's what it looks like to me. Alright. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see nudibranchs predating on corals, but this one is pretty clearly not on any part of it. We did see some pretty crazy predation by a nudibranch on a coral in the very shallow depths on the summit of the Seamount 6, whatever we're calling it these days. The shallow water bank south of Howland and Baker. But not many nudibranchs otherwise, just 2 instances by my count so far.
Just the noise from the submersible is just
Noise. I mean, what, you got like hydraulic pumps and stuff that have some noise on them.
Quite significant actually underwater.
Yeah. I mean, but otherwise, it probably doesn't bother a lot of the stuff we're looking at down here. You've ever dropped a hydrophone, moved away from it, and done the background?
To listen?
Yeah, listen in the
We've
background.
done that. We have put a camera with audio on it,
Yeah.
and it's super loud.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. Even how far away
Uh,
you move from it? Or
10, 20 meters?
yeah.
And still, you know,
Yeah. We did this one experiment once where with Hercules where we dropped hydrophone near a bubble plume off of Cascadia margin and listened for bubble noises. Moved the ROV a few hundred meters away. And my understanding is that it did kind of drown out the noise a little bit, and we were able to hear kind of the bubble sounds as they were coming out of the seafloor. But I don't know how far you'd really need to move away. Probably need to move really far.
See the fire in the Gulf. Fire in the Gulf. Gas eruption. It's crazy. As I watched, just no, it'll show me that yeah, it's gas on it, so could be wrong on that. Oh, he's trying to close it like one. S6D, you saw it?
Yeah. Pretty crazy.
this is just past waypoint 4, so maybe go in the direction of
Any kind of crabbing we can do just to kind of expand the search area a bit more is helpful. We're not really interested in completing the dive track as much as trying to find a particular coral. So any way we could expand the coverage area is preferred. I have no doubt they'll finish the dive track. We'll be pretty close or finish the dive track by the next watch, but if we don't find this coral, we're kind of in a bad state.
Is that primarily one that's found on ledges and stuff?
It's all over. I mean, yeah, vertical surfaces might they might have more of them. However, I think it's more of a latitudinal thing where you just don't see them very much beyond a certain latitude. They're much more rare, and you have to go much shallower to really see them. Yeah. We'll go check it out. I mean, we have been, with steeper slopes, we have been seeing more diversity, but it's also not very big stuff. It's, I think the biggest thing we saw was maybe about 30, 40 centimeters tall. It's definitely not a substrate constraint because this stuff is pretty solid.
What coral are you looking for?
They're looking for the big white primnoid fans. The ones that branch like this, big white colonies. I mean, the worst case scenario is we did get one of those crinoids, which was kind of plan C. When it comes to priorities for the respirometer. Not optimal, but workable. Yeah. No, it's a good idea. It's absolutely. Yep, it's absolutely a good idea. Since just by moving off the top of the ridge, you're really getting access to a lot of good flow and higher diversity of corals. But I just don't know if we're gonna see the large fans that we have seen.
Gotta keep an eye on the set as well, just in case.
Yep. Yep. We're looking for mostly, pretty much any primnoid octocoral at this point, primarily Calyptrophora and Paracalyptrophora, which are reasonably common at these depths, somewhere between 2,400 meters up to as shallow as a few hundred meters. We find them all over. But there are mostly these big, large white sea fans. They seem to have a preferred depth range somewhere around 1,500 meters down to 2,400 meters or so. But all of that is also dependent on geography. So we typically find them a bit deeper as we move towards the lower latitudes, and it's not clear where their distribution lies up here where we are at 9 North. Plenty of nice corals though. Bottlebrush, Chrysogorgia. With one shrimp inside of it. We sampled something very similar at the beginning of the dive, with lots of associates on it. A lot of these Guilocrinus we can pull out there. We don't have to get an extremely tight zoom. We sampled probably one or two corals that looked like that on the cruise so far. Yeah, but the vertical faces seem to be where it's at.
Predatory, the image down south, southwest a little bit.
RV fantastic.
Definitely crinoids are outnumbering corals by not an insignificant margin on this dive so far. That was an umbellapathes though. Let me take a look at this thing right here. Pushing in. Alright, so this is almost identical to the Acanthogorgia we sampled earlier. I just wanted to get a handle on this because this is branching and the other one was not, which is really useful to know that it looks like it's a branching morphology. We just got a particularly small individual. We don't need to go tight on that. I'm just going to sneak up here and just get a quick zoom on this as well. This sparsely branched internodal bamboo coral. It's something we've sampled before. Yeah, something we've sampled before. We imaged another one quite well too, so we're all set with both of those. Thank you. No shortage of Chrysogorgia here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colonies in just a few meters. Let me take a look at these two side by side. Mostly focusing on the crabs, so I'll need to do a tighter zoom. Aplacophrins at the base. Squat lobsters. At least one. Okay, that's probably good enough. Over to the right, and then image, and we'll be off. Okay, great. Thanks for that. That's certainly the right habitat. Just not seeing any of those branching crinoids that we're accustomed to seeing. It's the right depth range, it's the right just about everything. So I'm guessing this steep slope kind of just goes all the way along.
Yeah, it's not,
Yeah.
it's not super high.
Can we come up a little bit and then kind of make our way back towards the line, maybe about 10 meters or so shallower? We'll just, I still want to keep peeking up once in a while what's up on top, since some of these guyots have denser communities shallower as well, on the rims of these seamounts and
Nope.
something like that. Crab back along to the east, and then
The east?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, just to like expand it a little bit, 'cause we don't want to finish too soon. You know, we want to.
That's fine. I just need to
Yeah.
fit it the best
Yeah.
one.
I mean, I know it's along not as steep of a slope, but we're kind of seeing the same stuff on that slope. So we'll come back this way a little bit, but I want to make sure we still keep peeking up on top of what's on top of this ridge. Since there's a little bit more diversity here. We got more of these unbranched bamboos, bottlebush, chrysogorgids, iridogorgia, bella, as well as some couple of plexaurids. Pretty degraded looking Walteria, euplectillid sponge. And there's still stuff up here, it's just...
Another cruciculture.
Yes, yeah. We can keep going east through the line
Yeah,
northeast.
just slow down and move forward a little bit, just because the ship needs to
Yep.
change direction or something.
Okay.
So I'm kind of zigzag back and
Yeah,
forth
yeah,
around,
yeah.
maybe some more surface area.
Yeah, that's fine. Because there's still some stuff up here.
Yes.
It's a little bit different than the verticals, but yeah, I mean, there's kind of two flavors of where you find these large primnoid fans. They're either on the verticals, where they're big, or they're on these flat, stable portions with good flow, where they grow big.
Why is the sea plant life so sparse? Question.
So the important thing to note is that we're not really seeing any plant life down here. All of these things are animals. We're in the deep ocean where there's really no light to speak of, below about 200 meters or so, 250 meters in some cases. So what we're seeing are animals that are completely reliant on a lot of the surface productivity that comes down from the surface ocean, in the form of marine snow, all these white particles you're seeing.
Yeah, it's 1 meters.
And so a lot of their distribution is controlled by not only the oceanographic environment, but also food supply, like their ability to capture particles out of the water here. Nothing out that way, huh? You're barren.
That's sandy.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll head up to like, I guess we were almost near waypoint 5. We were within 10 meters or so of it. We'll head up to waypoint 5, see what it looks like. We can always throw in a, pull off. How long would it take to pull off and run up another transect on this wall again?
Not particularly.
Pretty
long
easy.
at all, yeah.
Okay.
It's fairly shallow. Which is
Yeah.
fine. And water gives a point, as long as it's not hundreds of meters away.
No, yeah, I just, basically this part that we've been going
Yeah,
across, yeah.
It's not going to take long at all.
Yeah. I just don't want to cruise along the surface and get too far away from the verticals.
It's going to make a way 3.5.
Yeah. Let's see what's up there, because the rest of the area is going to be pretty
There's a
similar.
kind of overview you can look there. You can see where it drops down and it'll drop down again.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think the plan is we'll get up here. We'll get an idea of what's at the rim of this seamount. Oh, is that a shark?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Maybe a cat shark. Oof.
Something like that, yeah. It is. Fast for me, unfortunately.
Yeah. That's all right. Yeah, so it gets pretty flat up here.
It does.
Yeah. Okay, so
If you look on the map, which is the crest of that right now. So
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty much
flat.
So any
to the
further ahead, we're really going to hit
Yeah.
forward and
super flat.
north and west.
yeah. So my thoughts are maybe to come back off here and drop down here and then kind of work up again.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, of course.
You can throw in another waypoint if you need to.
I think we just bring it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine with that.
I think we just pick something in the lake.
Yep. As long as it's
Go 15 meters to the southwest and just moving down.
yeah. I mean, can't be more than 100 or 150 meters or so down again, right?
Yeah.
Distance.
Southwest, yeah, that far, yeah.
So 5 meters off the line. That's not bad.
Yeah, I think probably the most productive way to go about this is to stay right on the edge,
Whoa. You got something.
down,
There you go.
up, over.
Yeah.
That's that little move.
Very fortunate little move.
Very nice.
Is that our crinoid?
So I guess they went out.
Oh, I think so. I'll take a look.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
So it does.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it.
Just got this position for it. Still coming down. It's nice. Yeah, that should be stable now.
Sure. Just gonna do a quick scan of the colony. I think we're gonna take a piece of this regardless, but get some good imagery of it still. Okay, so this is a colony of Narella. This was kind of like the third tier of primnoids after Calyptrophora and Paracalyptrophora, but the orders are to collect a piece of pretty much any primnoid, even if it is Narella. So to do a quick scan through the colony, see if there's any instances of predation or any other bonus multipliers for collection that might be easy to grab, like associates. Yeah. A few brittle stars. Okay. Alright. Can you hit the pre-sample photo?
Yes.
So I think what we're gonna do is collect. We need several branches of this, so it's gonna be a biobox collection. Since I think it makes most sense, probably to cut somewhere down here.
That rock.
Yeah, right above the rock, and just take this whole branch, whatever comes off of that. That'll be more than enough, I think. Yep.
Do you want another sample?
No, that's all right. Yeah, we'll wait for one and then take another one when they do the cutting. I'll take the next one so you can enter the sample storage. So this is going to be sample 656. Yeah. Might probably will break 700 on this dive
Really?
with associates.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We do the math afterwards and we count all the associates as separate samples.
Right. Makes sense.
No, you're fine. It's just the angle of the rock.
Yeah, sure.
Enough of it?
I think so. Yep. Yeah, that's great. It's more than enough.
Hello.
Okay, it's time for me to bring the camera back and watch it.
You can throw it and see if you need to.
Yeah, that's one big one thing. Jump ship.
Good. Just a big old guy. Okay. Sit there. Biobox. 4. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Wait, do you want any additional text in this one?
Oh yeah, Narella, Narella.
Look out for those.
With crinoid. Yeah, there's one tiny little crinoid in there. Well, that should be more than enough material for several days worth of experiments if they need.
What bio box is it?
C. Alright, well, it's a good start.
Is there something in the other file box? Where it is?
Looks like it. I mean,
Yeah, but when I look down
Can
there,
you,
it was-
yeah, I was noticing that as well.
looks like there's something, yeah.
If I tilt down, can I get at that?
It'd actually be easier if I zoom in with my sit.
Okay. Yeah, can you throw it in there? Just to,
Just,
I'm curious too because, you know what that is? It's a bunch of rubble.
Okay.
Sediment and rubble, yeah. I think it's, yeah, from one of the stony coral collections we
Right.
had in there, just bits and pieces falling off. Good to note.
Okay, that's fine. That's another one.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, I still like the plan to drop off a bit and work our way up again, kind of parallel to the track we just did. Maybe even starting as deep as whatever this was 4, so like between 3 and 4, parallel to that, and working our way up again. What do you feel about that?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'll just, what I'll do is I'll drop down and go diagonally that way. This way it keeps the ship in a relatively good position. It
Sure.
saves me moving around so much.
Yeah, yeah.
So I can basically just go like that, and he goes down here.
Yep. Yeah, that's
It
great.
just makes it simpler for everyone.
Yeah.
When you
Works
get,
for
when
us.
You get a depth of one, move the ship so much. Right, RV, just to let you know, I've just updated your waypoint a little bit. We're kind of heading off track, trying a new location.
Fantastic, thank you very much.
Right, we're kind of going off track, coming down a little bit. So I should move that way, move diagonally, then go deeper section.
Yeah.
And work our way up. And that's as simple as very good in the ship. And that's all that's really finding solutions and stuff. So probably something like that first thing.
That's the same colony we just sampled, right? I think.
No,
Looks like it. Is it?
Is it the
Looks
exact
a little-
same one or the same type?
I think it's.
No, that's not the same colony. Because I've just dropped down.
No, I think it's the same.
Is it?
Can we, well, can we double check now? I noticed the anemone,
Oh, okay, maybe it is.
and it has a little bit of a different. It has a little bit of a different branching sequence. No, that's the same.
No, you just spun around. See,
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right.
yeah,
Well,
if it was a rock.
yeah. But it's just sometimes when you see things from the other side, it
Yeah.
looks a little bit different.
Oh, you were.
Down here, this should be deeper water. It's very high, but it's a safe spot.
That sample was submitted, right? Yeah, good.
It's good for you there.
Bluey.
It's still dropping.
Fish.
What's your maximum depth you want to go to?
Um,
Back down to 15 again?
Yeah, let me see here.
It's still dropping off. I'm still going down, so.
Yep, keep going. No, this is good. The depth of waypoint or something like that. This looks okay. Yeah, 1450 or something was, yeah. 1430 to 1450 is right. I think as soon as we get to the bottom of this, like from here upwards, it gets more consolidated, and going down further past all this talus and debris is not really productive. So I think starting here and working our way up at a different angle.
Just keep it nice and discreet.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a good candidate to start with, that branching
Good spot.
Gorgonian there.
Is this a crinoid?
We're gonna find out. I'm not sure. I think it's giving me some bamboo coral vibes from this end. Sure. This will be a good opportunity to do some, not right here, but on our next track up, some more water sampling. We haven't done any yet. I'd like to get at least 2 on this dive. 2 or 3. Yeah, this is the better side. Sure.
Yeah, that should be reasonable for you.
Yeah, it's great. Start at the base of this colony here, work our way up. A couple of anemones, hydroids, crinoids, a couple of very small squat lobsters. Squat lobster 1.
What kind of crab is that?
It's a chirostylid.
Oh, okay.
And crab 2. Also the same kind of chirostylid, I think.
Wait, what's the name of the pink thing again? Like the big one, the round like.
Oh, the anemones?
Pocket, yeah.
Yeah, anemone.
Is this a bamboo coral?
It is. Yeah. The last thing we'll take a look at are some of these galls here. Overgrowths.
Is that basically damage? It's going over.
Yeah, I mean, we've been finding some different things in there. It's either, grown over things like a lot of barnacles get grown over with these. It could also be things like parasites. Worm tubes are very popular. The coral's able to grow over the worm tubes and create new tissue. What else? I mean, egg cases in some cases are able to be grown over. It seems like the only thing that they can't really compete against are these hydroids and things like these anemones. These seem to be kind of dead ends for the coral. Yeah. Okay. Looks good. Keep going up.
Yeah, straight up on that one.
Just do a half zoom here. Brachiopods, those are interesting. Can we sit down and take a look at some of these small shelled critters right here? Probably need to sit down only because they're so small, not necessarily because we don't know what they are. It's hard to get a focus on them. I want to see if any of them are living. This is actually pretty deep for brachiopods, which is kind of noteworthy. Very difficult to tell if these are live or not. Usually you can see some tentacles or some things projecting out from look to be alive. How would you feel about suctioning some of these? Do you think it's possible?
Tourniquet?
Brachiopods.
Yeah, you see, look at the set. Yeah, how did that? Draw it all.
Where is that in this non-social invert?
Other. It's probably going to be an other.
Okay.
So the interesting thing about these is that it shouldn't be too hard to dislodge them. They might even come off with strong suction. Yeah. You might not even need to touch them. The trick is going to be getting the nozzle in those crevices.
It's because it's jamming up against the. There you go.
Are we collecting those?
Mhm. I think we'll try and get maybe 3 or 4 and see what happens.
It's,
You have a preference?
No preference. I prefer ones that are closed though.
what jar are we
These are
using?
closed?
Yeah, closed. I mean,
Guessing not.
the ones that are wide open are obviously dead, right?
Okay.
But the ones that might be open a little bit, or the ones that are closed, are probably alive. So I figure we'll get maybe 3 or 4, just so we make sure we get enough live ones.
I'm on that.
Okay. Somebody come up with all that?
Yeah, either that or push out the,
I'll just come up with all that anyway.
should we get it, that should get it.
Right. It's a little farther off there.
Okay.
Roll from there.
Should be 657.
657.
Yeah. So we slurped. We tried to slurp something before, but we never actually got it into the jar. So all the jars should be open for use.
Is it on? Suction?
Isn't it?
That one right above your nozzle might be a good first choice. Just thinking here maybe.
One above that?
Real.
Oh, that's okay. Still useful.
Yeah, come over that. Over to it now. There's one there. So it could be adjusted.
No, you're fine. I'm gonna see what
Okay. Yeah, man. Give me a second, that's what we're
Fine.
See if I can bring in a little.
Looks so loose, huh?
Huh?
Looks so loose.
Yeah, but I knock it and it just sticks
Yeah.
right there. But
Well, if we can get one more, we'll call it a day.
try it again. Can we go this way? Is it? Look on. Thank you.
There you go.
Should we go in or just go?
No, I just would
Float it up.
That's way. Small. Slip away. See how else we go.
Yeah, funny.
Just those ones are all under the rock. That's the problem.
Mm.
Try to see if we get something on the side of it.
Hold on. Zoom in on that one.
So this one is. Should go in jar 1. And you could hit submit since there's already one in there.
Oh, this one, yeah.
Too far to the left here. Move over.
Do we move up?
Yeah.
Let's move over a bit.
So you can get both of those
I know.
on there.
We'll try one more. I mean,
Yeah.
we've got one in the bucket. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Just getting one is still good value.
Should get another one.
Yeah, let's see. We got one right there.
Problem is, it's a dugout of that, so we'll try and touch the wall and then you dig on it.
You forge out, maybe that'll give you a little bit more leak. Maybe the forge goes a little farther from the rams, if I'm not mistaken.
Push through it.
Alright, that's it. Alright. Down. Look out.
Oh, yeah, that area is getting. Maybe that one.
Alright.
There we go.
All right. That's good enough.
Go. Bring it back off the wall, Chris, if you want. Easy
Yeah,
to
back
get
up.
back.
one?
Yeah,
What was this called?
it's called a brachiopod.
Brachiopods.
Right, it's not
Mm-hmm.
big pond different.
Yeah,
RACHIOP.
they look like bivalves, but they're really not at all related. Only in the way that they appear, but their internal morphology is all different from clams and their kin. They're thought to be somewhat more ancient, actually, than a lot of the things that they look like, bivalves. The reason why they are so soft and flexible is that shell is actually quite thin and brittle. So they may appear more fluid, but their shell is actually just much more flexible. And depending on the depth that they're growing at,
My goodness.
yeah, they may be, it may be difficult for them to precipitate a skeleton or to form a skeleton.
We're not taking a track. We're not as we see that. This way is feels it's gonna work on the opposite.
It's nice terrain for corals. Where are they? We saw one of those red sea pens again, or a bit deeper.
Really?
On this site, yeah. Very nice looking one too, but I managed to convince Chris not to sample it, but really wanted to. But I told him we did get about 5 or so centimeters from the one that you had used the
The elusive seed bed.
yeah, the elusive quickest draw in the west.
Wow, that's it's keen to get out of there.
Yeah, but it was in a really bad spot. But I wouldn't need to sample anymore. Let's see what it comes up as from the material we got. Yeah, the trick with the sea pens is also getting the peduncle, the part that's in the sediment, because that's of interest to morphology, of course.
It's like, I don't know how that would taste. A little garlic. Maybe it's too much. It's gonna be better. Guaranteed.
Onion.
Straws. Sure.
Take a look over on the right hand side. There was a small yellow fan on the bottom, maybe about 15 centimeters tall. It's further. Yeah, that's it. Actually, if you put me between the two, I'll image both. Sure.
Sit here, you won't get a very good view.
Yeah, the one's kind of at a bad angle.
Right. Darken it down.
This would be a good place to pop a Niskin too after you set down.
Yes.
In fact, maybe 2 Niskins.
Alright, stable.
We could pop 1 and 2. I don't have anything on my sheet for water sampling yet, so I think 1 and 2 are still available.
Alright. Hey, ready? You can image first.
No, yeah, we'll image after the water sample, I guess, if you're ready.
Sorry.
So we're gonna do. I got it. It's all right. It's just a water sample. We're not gonna do any imaging. 658.
So camera, let's
658 is the sample. Two good Niskins. 6, 5, 8.
One, two triggers.
Got it. Great. Awesome. 6, 5, 8.
Still not right.
Okay.
Oh, yours.
And now we'll take a look at these two. Oh, I think this one's has some vacancy available. Is there a crab or shrimp in there? One shrimp. One shrimp present. No crabs. You can actually still see some molts. I've been noticing this more and more. You can see the molts from the shrimp and crabs in the branches. Kind of looks like a ghost.
Just like the shells.
Yeah, yeah. You know, they stay attached for some time.
So does the coral eventually absorb that? Just leave it?
I don't think so. I think it stays attached for some time and just drifts away.
Drifts away.
Yeah. Fish comes over or something, disturbs it.
What's that? Can't do it, man. That's the one or something.
Hmm.
You did before first. See what? You say go with it.
Same plexaurid. Okay. I know we have collections of that from this cruise and others. So no other collections
Sure.
here.
I'll get it. Some of the I've used that IP address you gave me before. Which is handy. Okay.
Happy. Yeah, no collections here.
Okay, questions.
So, in response to the question about coral that we were searching for, we did find a member of that family, not the member of the family that we were interested in sampling yet. So we have a little bit of insurance in that we have something, but not the prize. But we'll keep looking. We have several more hours, at least 4 to 5 more hours on the bottom today before we have to recover. So we'll keep looking, and then we're close to the end of our dive track, so we're just going to be kind of going up and down these vertical faces, and then traveling along the rim of the seamount.
Already, I did it already.
You did it?
Yeah, I just.
Oh. Sorry, I thought you said you didn't.
No, you. Japan was trying to get it on page, but I wrote that. I don't know.
Cheers, thanks. Has anybody seen that outreach?
Huh?
I mean, interesting.
And I'm missing like a fork cord.
That's one thing that's hard to get up with. Other than I need to do this. But if I get a huge colony in that, so I'm gonna get excited for just 2 minutes.
Your optimism is infectious.
It's out there somewhere.
It's out there somewhere.
I've
Yeah.
seen one.
It's probably right in the middle between 5 and 6. That part we haven't looked yet.
I don't think so.
No. Optimism. Too much optimism. Maybe we can come a little bit lower to the seafloor. Can we look right here at this one? This is one of the more rare observations, this precious coral, but we've been seeing a bit of it. Just not a lot of associates on them so far. This one seems to have at least a couple of crinoids, one crinoid and one brittle star. And then there's with these precious corals, there's also associates we don't see. There's a polychaete associate that lives inside the skeleton of these, burrowing and undermining. Actually, you can see pretty good evidence of that. Oh, now it's blocked by the crinoid arm, but on the branch tips you can also see where it's been undermined. There's pores and holes in parts of the colony, especially on the right-hand side, in the upper right-hand corner. There are massive gaping holes in the colony that makes it quite brittle. All right, that's good.
Crabs and some other things.
Yep, we can take a look at that. Anemone, a mobile anemone. No, it's a homalid crab carrying this anemone.
I was gonna say, like, what kind of
Yeah.
crab is that?
Yeah, similar to a lot of the crabs we've been seeing in these areas, Not necessarily always associated with corals, but sometimes. Typically where they don't find enough corals to, I guess, take part of, they use these anemones, but it's not really clear yet if there's a preference based on, you know, what species it is or what. They're extremely difficult to collect, which is why we don't have a lot of specimens of them, and so we can't really show any evidence that different species are perhaps carrying different or preferring different what's a good, I always used to call them hats. They wear different hats, but it's
Fisherman.
yeah. Different styles. It's clearly for aesthetic value, because what else could they possibly be for? No, it's probably for some sort of defensive posture. One more thing on the right hand side there, on the ledge there was a bluish, yellowish colony. Yeah. I'd like to image that at least. This is a this is a bit of an interesting association between a coral, a zoanthid, and this brittle star that's still living here. Apparently, it doesn't really have a preference for coral or zoanthid. It's kind of equally divided amongst the two. But I'm wondering actually if this is one small ophiuroid in the bottom. But I'm wondering if this is very curious. I wonder if the brittle star is helping protect the coral against the invader, because you seem to be a lot of the tissue loss stops at where the arm branches, the upper arm branches. Upper arms are attached to the branch, but it could also just be that maybe the coral prefers that texture to the zoanthid. There's a bunch of mucus on there too. I wonder if that could be from the coral itself, or if it's something else from the water column. There are a bunch of other, what are these purple stringy things? I've never seen these before. Maybe they could be like small anemones, but it doesn't look very clear. They could be small ophiuroids too, but I don't.
Is that a plexaurid coral?
I think it is. Yeah, the yellow part is a plexaurid. No, I'm trying to see if it's a different plexaurid though. Looks to be pretty similar to the plexaurids we've been seeing so far. But otherwise, yeah, this is one of the more poorly. Poor looking colonies. All right. Wait, there's one more thing. Amphipod. Okay.
So the little white dots on there, that's the invader.
Yeah. It's they're parasites of some type. Yeah, the white. So, I mean there's those white dots, right? And then there's the larger polyps.
Yeah, I see that.
The
Yeah.
larger polyps are hydroids, right?
Zoanthids.
Zoanthids.
Yeah.
And then the orange is the coral.
Right.
And so I have a question. So then all that sort of clearish looking, not necessarily tissue,
Yeah.
is that obviously it's not the only bit that's really live coral is the orange bit that's left, right?
Yeah. I mean the zoanthids are connected by fleshy tissue.
Okay.
It's just it's more translucent, so it doesn't appear to be, opaque like the coral is. I mean, it varies from zoanthid to zoanthid. Some of them produce a solid skeleton underneath, and they'll start to precipitate their own skeleton. But that's an association usually only between a certain parasite and bamboo corals, for some reason. But there's a lot of different types of parasitic zoanthids on corals. Yeah, they're very interesting associations. There are a lot of zoanthids, but very few people who study zoanthids in the world, so it kind of, there's a bit of a bottleneck.
So the zoanthids aren't killing the coral, it's the coral, or are they? Or is it the coral that's like just died and then the zoanthid's taken over the skeleton?
It's a bit of both, and it depends on what the zoanthid is that's taking over. It seems like some of the zoanthids on some colonies, like we saw on Paragorgia, on some certain Paragorgia bubblegum corals, seems to have like a perfect balance of like taking just enough but not killing the whole colony. Whereas with this zoanthid, it's probably going to consume the colony at one point. But it also rises, to the question of why don't you see then just all the colonies covered with zoanthids? There has to be some point where, I don't know, maybe the zoanthids can't sustain themselves and they also, fall.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, this succession dynamics are very interesting stories. Not a lot known yet, but we have plenty of samples. There's just not a lot of interest in certain questions. But we have sampled a fair number of zoanthids on this expedition, and across others as well. They are a bit more difficult to work with on the ship. They are profuse mucus producers, so it gets messy to have to deal with them.
What I'll do is I'll drop down a little bit between these points 5 and 6 and just have a little look
Yeah.
since we missed that.
Yeah, that works great. So it took us 45 minutes, maybe close to an hour to do that last transect. So, yeah, something similar. I think that will set the next group up for a productive 4 hours or so.
Step or south 40 and coming straight down there. Right, RV, just to let you know, I've just moved your waypoint approximately 40 meters due south.
Fantastic, excellent. Thank you very much.
I just try and run down again. size are not different.
Plenty of Victor Gorgia on this type. It's probably a couple dozen colonies since we've got on watch. Alright, anyway, to get us around to the side to see a bit of that.
Yep.
It's not critical. We've seen a bunch of these. I just want to get the best imagery possible for the brittle star. Perfect. Oh, this might be a corallivory event here. Let's see what we got. Got this Aplocophora in here on the base of this colony. Yeah, this looks like some corallivory. Looks like we've got polyps that have just been completely chewed off the base of this. I mean, without having any sort of chemical evidence, you know, from having a collection, this is pretty obvious. It's, you know, you see where the polyp. Anyway.
Is that worm the culprit?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, I don't think anything else has come across this. I mean, there are a few other Aplocophorans here, right? We've got one there, but this one looks much larger.
Is that a worm?
Yeah, it's an Aplocophoran. It's a type of mollusk, like related to clams and squid and things like this. Snails more so than worms. But this is really good evidence for this association.
So what was the growth on the other side? You said white.
Yeah, that looks like a bramble of hydroids. There might be some foraminiferans in there, but it looks like hydroid bramble. This is actually really neat. The Aplocophoran's doing actually some motion. I've never seen it move this much. Spend maybe 30 seconds or so and just see what it's doing here.
It's cool. It's like wrapping itself around the
Yeah. Yeah, these, I mean, we see these quite often on all corals. I don't think they have a preferred diet. I'm a little surprised to see them on Victor Orgia, in part because, you know, a lot we had assumed that a lot of these more highly pigmented corals are perhaps chemically defended, which is why we don't see a lot of things grazing on plexaurids, but perhaps they do. They just don't eat very much, or they don't eat very quickly. If there's one thing they have a lot of, it's probably time. But there's definitely some scars there from consumption of an entire polyp. But they don't work their way along the branches like the sea stars do. It seems like they're eating a few polyps and then done. Or they move on to a different part of the colony. Okay, I think that's it for that one. Some good imagery. Keep on going on with the plan. What did we say the dive track was? It was like 700 or 800 meters?
Yeah,
in
something
total?
like that,
Yeah.
Like closer to a kilometer, I think.
Yeah.
When I add all the little segments up.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I can further. No, I'm just gonna drop down roughly to that point and go back over again. I'm gonna go deep with those. Just so we can catch that other coral we missed on the way down. You know what I mean?
That's how we found the last one, right? We started working our way down. It was under us the whole time.
It's what the difference is.
Last time we started up at around 13, 1425.
I'm not far away from that.
Keep,
You drop
when
down.
you start to see the talus, yeah, that's kind of the, yeah, right
Far away,
down
straight
here, yeah. Yeah, this is it. Let me fill you in. So the dive trek was pretty short. I got on around waypoint 3 or so, which is kind of where that bend occurs, right at the bottom of the slope. The ridge was pretty much nothing. A few bamboo corals mostly. We only started to see interesting stuff when we got up in the range of 4, 5, and 6. And so what we've been trying to do, since it's pretty patchy, is just do multiple transects up the steep face immediately below here. I don't want to kind of just cruise along the top and then get stuck there. So I'll leave you all to decide when you want to come up and cruise along the top of the dive track. But we got up there and it was pretty flat and sedimenty. Not a lot of relief. We did find one primnoid. It's not ideal, it's a Narella, but there's no Calyptrophora, no Paracalyptrophora at this site. And it seems like the highest density and diversity is on the higher slopes here and not on the ridges.
Okay.
So we've just been trying to maximize effort where we're seeing stuff. This is our third transect up. We did one that went up south from about, again, 1425 meters, seems to be where the talus slope starts in depth, working our way up the steeps, and it goes up about maybe 100 meters or so vertical.
So you can bounce between 14-ish and
Yeah.
towards the top.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go. Find you one.
Very nice.
Not particularly large, but
Yeah, something.
that's another shoe.
Yeah, internodal branching. We got another Aplacophora in here. This one actually has a few of them, you can see. They seem to be on the base here, consuming live tissue, but we saw some really good evidence of Victor Gorgia being grazed by,
I was just watching that
yeah.
downstairs.
That was really cool. You can see where the polyps were plucked out.
What's the top end of what you've been stopping at before you hop off?
Yeah, basically, 5 to 6 is kind of the rim of this. Beyond that it gets really flat and have big
What
pockets.
depth?
13, 20s, 13,
So about
20s.
100 meters.
About 100 meters,
That's two.
But yeah, really nothing up there. We've been seeing most of the density on the steeper slopes. And it really wasn't until we started doing these transects that we found any primnoids at all. There was a single primnoid along the entire track, all the way up through waypoint 5. And just south and west of waypoint 5 is where we found the one primnoid. Otherwise, I think the plan is just to try and stall, cover ground until after breakfast.
Why? I mean, I know we don't have the primnoid of interest yet, but
Yeah.
why?
So we've just had a science watch change on our end. I'm Alexis with the U.S. Geological Survey,
Good morning, and I'm Brian with Boston University.
and we will be with you for the next couple hours as we continue surveying this recently, as of last night, mapped. I guess it's a seamount?
Yeah,
Guyot? Ridge?
Guyot, long Guyot.
Long feature? Long, tall, flat?
Yeah, but it sort of meets up with
Other
the
things?
whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
It's a Guyot, part of a ridge.
The whole thing. Nice.
Oh, I see.
So we're just interested in like the specific coral development.
I mean, we'll look at different things, but we're interested in primnoids.
The white branching corals. Or one type of the white branching corals. There's two common ones out here.
I'll find you some.
So basically, we're not gonna get anything.
No, not necessarily. We'll
Well,
we
the
might-
Ben said he was gonna spot it, so that's all.
Oh, okay. Ah, got it. Sorry.
So what kind of coral are we looking for specifically?
Or no,
Couple types of one or two different types of primnoids.
What do those look like again?
Those are the white branching, kind of often have a fan shape, big calcified polyps.
do you have a depth preference with these? Or is there a wide range?
No, that's just coloration of rock. Never mind.
The ones that they really want are shallower than the depths that we have, so we are just looking for any primnoids that might be.
Usually above 1,000. It's interesting why this site was picked then, because there is, like, 1157 is the top of what we have, but there's two pinnacles on the other end of it that come up higher than, like, that come up.
Are they the little peaks though?
The little cinder cones, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that would.
They're not also above 1,000, those were like 11 something, so. But the plateau, flat part of the plateau, there's part of it that's.
Yeah, but anything up on that plateau
Take a look
top
at
is
this
gonna
little thing
is
down here,
is
though,
gonna be
'cause,
sedimented.
Yeah. So the problem is that the ridge isn't that depth, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
The
that was
whole ridge.
that was the decision last night. Was that I'm a little surprised we came all the way back down to the southern part. I would have stayed up north, but
I was thinking something around here.
We have a nudibranch at the base of this. Ooh.
There it is.
Want me to come out a little bit?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
I'm just gonna touch it. Right in is there.
I mean, that only gets you to 1250 or something on that. So there's not really a.
Yeah, there's not much of a depth difference.
I
But
guess I would have maybe
Is that
done one
angle
more
too
pass
straight
to
out
see
for
what
you?
the
It
other
might be,
pictures
yeah,
look
because I
like.
can't see the.
'Cause this is your 1,000
Okay.
meters here.
Yeah. When I still around like
Let's see over here.
That's a cool looking rock.
no more of an angle.
Then we'll start with this and then. Nudibranchs are known coral predators, but this one is just hanging out next to this coral. It's got two little, looks like two squat lobsters maybe. That's as far as I got. Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, we come up with this. It's just a channel.
Or maybe one. Doesn't this look weird? What is? It's like an amphipod, but it's. Oh, I guess it's just hanging on.
that or is that might be some kind of polychaete.
Oh. Chris, could we try and get just a better shot at the sea slug?
No,
The nudibranch at the base?
base, yeah.
Yeah. We haven't seen that, I don't think, this whole cruise, so.
It doesn't look familiar to me.
I think we collected one on the Nautilus in 2019. I have a picture of one in the lab.
Definitely in the water. Alright, how do we get to that side? Alright, so can't really come around anymore.
Oh, okay.
Wall,
Okay.
but I can try to. The paint is getting scratched, but all in the name of science, it's okay. That's about as far as we can
Okay,
go.
that's good. We'll just take a look in here. So cute.
Camera out.
Oh, okay. Alright, there we go. I've seen them at the bases of corals, but I don't think I've ever seen one actually like physically on top of a coral.
No, not in the deep sea, no.
Climbing a mountain.
You wanna look at the cup while we're here? Or-
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just a small little Javonia.
What do you look for when you for determine Johnny versus the other one, which is drawing a blank on? Like smelly or whatever.
Which one?
Well, just what are the? Do you have a? What's kind of?
Javonia has that really thin stalk, that really thin base at the very bottom. What's the other one that?
Whatever we've been seeing, that Desmophyllum or whatever.
Oh, Desmophyllum has a much different, like, it's like a wider
Okay.
calyx. But Javonia has a real thin, and like sometimes the mouth or the top of the calyx can be wider, but it always has that very thin base. And then, yeah, I don't think we've seen too many others that we can identify just based off of
Okay.
seeing them. Okay, we can keep going, Chris.
Alright. The other ones that are to the right and bottom, are you interested in those as well?
No.
Okay.
I think those are crinoids,
I
right?
agree. Yep.
Are we going left until, are we gonna try it?
Go up in that little gap where we had gone before, or go left to where we had to go.
Let's go up. Let's go up.
Okay.
So that we, a couple different anemones here. It's like,
Goes down
There's a shrimp living in that little chrysogorgian.
Let's look at it.
This little,
Let's look at it.
yeah.
How's your picture lenses?
Yeah. It's a little, ours is a little dark maybe,
Okay.
but I think it's just our screen.
Yeah, I think it's just.
That better?
Oh, there's a sea star right there.
Too bright?
No, it's not too bright. I think that's the long armed shrimp in there.
Yeah, that's how I shrimp. I don't know if I can tell them apart that effectively.
It's not the Walmart.
Hmm?
It's not a Walmart.
The long armed.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Never heard that one.
Look at all the sediment in that anemone.
Alright, try this again.
Did you see the big bamboo in the back? It's off the screen now, but there's a big, tall,
Oh, no.
candelabra style bamboo. You can just see the base of it.
Alright, let's take a look at this quickly. Thanks. Little windstorm for the corals. So you can see that one arm. It has one arm that it tucks back. That's really long. This right here is a long claw. The front, so we call it the long arm shrimp. And they seem to be like pretty associated with corals. They don't swim around like the other shrimp that we see kind of hanging out on the seafloor. There's also a sea star down here. Let's just take a look. Hanging out on a rock.
Doing what sea stars do.
Okay, where'd you see the
So
coral?
tilt it way up.
Okay.
It's just outside of
Left? Right?
I think it's still further up.
Oh.
Well, I promise there's one out there.
We think there's a large bamboo somewhere up in that direction. So
We'll
maybe
find
if we, come out and just see if we can. I can bring our camera, not so. Can we brighten up the view for a minute while we look for it?
down a little bit, make it better.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, there it is, to the right.
Oh, yep. That big.
Oh, we got a pyrosome. It's a pretty cool growth form. Now they're all just
Yeah.
going in the same direction off of the main branch. Nice big bamboo coral with the Venus flytrap anemone.
One branch, secondary branch off the tip.
Oh yeah.
Close read that one?
Can I just zoom
Yeah,
in
go
a little
for it.
bit? Okay. funny, the like little clusters of polyps at the top of the tips. Don't normally see that. Other than where that Venus flytrap is, it seems to be a really healthy coral. Oh, there's a little crab in there. Just hanging out on the other side. Let's see if we can. Blends in perfectly. That color is really camouflaged.
In a world with no light, why do you need to color match your host?
Yeah. That's good. We can keep going. Yeah, it's too bad they don't want bamboos for the experiment. We could find those. A little chrysogorgid. I'm just gonna take a little snap zoom on it, Chris. Got another one of those shrimp, but very different polyps from the last one we saw. Much more delicate. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's today, July 3rd.
Yes.
Is this at a new latitude for your, like, latitudinal
Should be,
comparison
yeah, it should
thing?
be.
There's some, oh, I think that's just sand. Never mind. Yeah. Tricked us. Looks like there's a little something right on the. See if we can just get an idea of what it is. Maybe a plexaurid. Or Steve was saying they'd seen a lot more Acanthogorgia, so maybe that's. Yeah, probably Acanthogorgia with those really big polyps.
It's a coin toss to me to tell those two apart. So.
It always, yeah, I mean, it kind of always is. And I feel like once you get in the groove of it, like if you're diving a lot, it becomes like more intuitive, but there was also like a really weird little.
Mostly eaten
A
brittle star.
mostly eaten brittle star. Regrowing all of its arms. So sad. But I guess also not sad. Story of survival. I wonder what eats them.
I wonder how you eat everything but the central disc and not get the central disc.
Maybe not thriving, but surviving. Story of deep sea ophroids. Okay, we can keep going. Looks like we have a sponge coming up. First sponge of our watch. Little hexactylid. Ah. Couple little sponges. Brittle stars, amphipods. Are you interested in a sponge collection?
It's the only one we've seen here, so let's say no for right now, but if we
Okay.
see it again.
Okay. There's a Victor Gorgia in the distance. which Steve had just looked at when we were coming in. Right here, Chris. Thanks. Very nice looking Victor Gorgia. All the polyps are attracted. Astroschema brittle star in the center. Don't see any A-plaque offerings or anything. Might be a little polychaete on this branch.
Actually, that is right in the base of that.
Oh, where? Oh, see, I thought maybe that was just a polychaete.
Maybe. I couldn't do one
It's
like that.
yeah, I can't get any anymore, so.
It's fine.
See anything else around here? Got a little crinoid up there.
There's something. Far side of that rock, right off the moon.
Oh yeah, I think it's another
So,
right here.
Gorgia.
It's another Victor Gorgia, like what we just looked at. What is on the underside of that rock? There's a nice little crinoid. Oh, that's a good image of the. Hold on. It will be good if I can focus it. Of those like ossicles at the base. Like that's what I think we ended up collecting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a hamalid crab over there. An anemone little hat. Okay, that works.
Yeah, this is pretty flat right here.
Okay.
Come back to the southwest.
I'd suggest we keep
Keep
going,
going
until
up.
until we really find start losing hard grounds.
Okay.
Just because the crinoids often like to be a little shallower than ones we're looking for.
Continuing.
Yeah, let's just keep going up until we.
And you move the ship out.
Yeah, until we really lose the rock.
That's fine.
Great, do you have any position?
Okay, copy that.
like we have that little, that like puffy Iridogorgia. I don't know if this is a different type of Rhodogorgia or it's just like a younger version, but we have seen this before where it's just has branches at the top section of the coral versus like a longer, more spread out branching pattern. Somebody living in there. So I feel like we've been seeing a lot of shrimp in these corals today, and not the little Chrysogorgia crabs. Not Chrysogorgia. Chirostylid. This shrimp, it looks like even from here, it might be gravid. It looks like there's those really red eggs on the underside. There's a coral back here. I'll just take a look at it before we move.
Just see more little Dracula ones that they're talking about.
Okay. There we go. That's helpful. Thank you. Of course, I say we're not seeing chirostylids, and then there's one right there. That is true, Chris. That is true. Seems to be a very strange, or maybe it's almost like current blown. The branching pattern is like very erratic. We can keep going. Those big crinoids and a Victorgorgia. We don't need to spend time on those right now. I mean, oh, never mind. Those are the.
Chris, if you're running a tether, we can just lateral here for a little while too, while the ship gets...
Oh no, it's fine. I was
Okay.
there was something on a rock I was trying to look at, but it turned out to be nothing. It just optical illusion. That's it.
That happens to the
Yeah.
best of us. The sand optical illusion.
we don't have a lot of current, so we stretch out pretty far.
I'll just do a quick zoom on this. I don't think we need to set down. I'll just. Looks like.
Doesn't look so good.
Looks like a plexaurid with zoanthids on it. Yeah, or an acanthogorgia with zoanthids and one astroschema. Just those tips hanging on.
What's that?
Double duck.
I haven't taken it yet, but in case I need it later.
Ben, you want your communication device? There you go.
I'm surprised we did a little walk more too away from that.
Is that?
Surprised we did a little walk more too away.
You do have to.
Some days.
Anybody want anything else? Did you guys want to take some water? I know that was mentioned earlier.
Not until I think we're ready to come off bottom.
What's that? Does it think you are correct? I cannot argue that.
Lots of these stalked crinoids, the really long, the ones with really long arms. This one looks a little.
I mean, like tip trays or something.
Pattern. I'm used to seeing a curl like
No,
that.
me neither.
Yeah.
Looks like it's been through some stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it should be interesting to see what happens.
There's a long whip.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
Looks like another. Acanthogorgia with a big astroschema, which we already sampled, except it says the one that Steve sampled says it's unbranched, which is surprising to me. You can take a look at that long width in the back, Chris. I think we're gonna have to do a guessing game for the final sample number after this dive.
So I'm gonna take a look at this. I'm gonna try to grab that. We're pretty far. No, they can pick up. Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah, you were. No, yeah. And nothing changes down. Just some
Got a bamboo whip coral here. Take a closer look in a minute. Deb, I saw on the board that it said Ollie won with 10 something.
1024 was his guess, and then his
Jack
step was
Ollie.
1057.
Which one?
Deck Ollie.
Deck
Deck
Ollie.
Ollie.
It's gonna be incorrect.
But when we were watching we were watching the beam last night, the shallower, it said like 9 something.
The closest I've seen, in the data,
Yeah.
is 1057. Surely step that I can find in the data is 1057. There might have been noise or something. that you
Okay,
saw
that's what I
on
was
the
wondering.
side.
Yeah, if it would have been noise.
Yeah, you can't pick a winner until you clean the data. And it's not cleaning like cutting the top off. It's
I was fixing to say, I don't know.
Sounds like you're
I
in
didn't win,
cahoots
so
with
it's
Deck
not like I
Ollie.
cleaned it to 700 meters.
Yeah, but you and Deck Ollie could have some arrangement.
No,
where-
there's never. And actually, that was just based on the grid on grid maps. Oh, I cleaned it. So XYZ is 1057.
All the polyps are facing down. They were already closed, I think, when we started to approach. So
Yeah, but at least we'll find out on it. Better.
I don't see any associates on this whip. Kind of funky polyp orientation, where some of them are up and some of them are down. We got a benthic ctenophore, or a couple of them.
It's hanging strands.
Benthic ctenophores. So they're
Do you
attached.
see like the actual support?
I think it's just tucked behind, so it's just on the other side of the coral. But those little appendages are very characteristic. We've got, is this an anemone or a coral? Anemone. I don't know what these ones are when they're that like purple, you know, like two-toned purple and white anemones. That's definitely in the EX guide. I just never learned it. Oh, thanks. You can keep going when you're ready.
It's got the two-tone
Yeah.
shape.
But I think that's it. I think that's just a smaller one. How do you say that? Actinernus. Actinernus nobilis.
They wouldn't follow the hard.
Yeah, I figured just we get a little bit shallower until we really ran into the hard ground and bounce back down would be my recommendation. Dude, actually, I really like
Yeah,
seeing
because
a
like
few-
Steve sampled like the only primnoid we sampled was at, oh no, that's at 1384. So just around this depth. So
Brighten up the.
yeah. Oh my gosh, my glasses are so clean.
I know. I did mine too.
Wondered if my glasses
Good old
were so
well-breeds.
dirty it's giving me a headache.
What?
Good old well breeds.
Yeah.
I usually buy these really expensive ones now. Oh, well breeds ones.
Looks like there's a coral over on the right.
That might be a hemicorallium.
Yeah, I think you're right. Something different.
Small man size, toy, content.
It's about the novelty. Oh, there's a little chrysogorget down there too. Didn't even. So excited about the hemicorallium. Okay. Yeah, it's a hemicorallium. And there's a crinoid on it. Also, this one definitely has those burrowing polychaetes in the skeleton. So you can see at the tips of the branches how they're there's like burrows into the skeleton. So there's little polychaetes that live all inside with the coral. It doesn't seem to. Oh, there they all go. Boop boop boop.
That was cool.
That was cool. Oh yeah, that is a good one. It doesn't seem. Oh, you can see the little polychaete poking its head out right on the bottom.
The little antlers.
Yeah, or like the little antenna.
That too.
Right here. See this? Like middle down left a little bit. Yes, little white head is one of the polychaetes that lives inside the coral. There's also one towards the right top where you can see the little white clear polychaete. It doesn't seem to hurt the coral polyps though in any way. The corals are always pretty healthy, but it does make the skeleton a lot more brittle. So that's one thing that I'm sometimes curious about when these break off once they get too large, is if they were colonized by these polychaetes or not.
Looks like we got a little recruit of something else in the top right, just off the
Oh, yeah.
hemicorallium.
With a very tiny little brittle star on it. That's when it makes me think that they like settle together.
Yeah.
Because that is so small. But I don't know. I don't know if we can tell what type of coral that is when it's that young. Well, it's a little in a precarious position to collect.
You don't think Russ can do it yourself?
I believe that you could do it. I just don't know that is necessary. We've also got a Chrysogorgid over here. We have a little more light things. There we go. I believe this is the squat lobster known as redface. Really sparse polyps. Okay. Alright, let's go to where you saw that coral, Chris.
Alright.
Yeah.
It's too far.
Little Walteria sponge hiding
Oh yeah.
in the background there.
And the rocks there. What are we at? 1358 meters. He
What
did.
do we have here?
Yeah, that is what we're looking for.
No.
No, the one in Chris's camera.
Certainly looks promising.
It's more promising than anything we've seen.
Could still be a bamboo at this point.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, I don't think so either.
There's a lot going on there.
The question is that a Norella?
I don't think so. But
That's
those
a
look.
strange branching
It
pattern.
is,
too.
and those polyps look humongous. We're still going to collect some though. We are gonna, we'll image it, but we will want to collect some of this.
That's why we're saying,
Set up and then I'll try bringing it a little closer.
So many anemones on this, and I think there's a sea star, or is that on the rock behind it?
I think it's on, I'm not sure.
Optical illusion.
Oh, you're at the camera?
Cool. Thank you.
should we get it, because
Happy with that?
yeah, it's got the,
Oh, what's that up there?
I don't know, there's two of them.
Oh, that's an anemone back there.
Oh, so we got visitors. Must be something good.
Oh, we got a Miss Dr. Oskovich in the room.
I'm just curious. This is the mysterious spiny paracultrophora species that we've seen at Jarvis. We saw at
It's so weird. The polyps like switch up and down. Do you notice
Yeah.
that?
Yeah. This is the mystery paracultrophora that doesn't match anything
Oh, really?
published. Yeah. So I am guessing these polyps are small enough then for the experiment.
I mean, we're at least gonna
Yeah.
sample it so that they can.
It's nice for me to actually understand it.
That is a tiny. Anelopsamia, it looks like.
Our tech just eat vegetables. Eat vegetables. A few carbs here and there.
I'm not seeing any predation or anything. Oh, That's like old stuff with hydroids on it, Brian, in the back.
Oh yeah, it's overgrown like Flexora, but I can't think what. This also could be a potential collection for Tim. Look at how that one branch has no associates on it versus the other branches have a bunch of associates.
Yeah. Okay, Russ. We would like a piece of this. It can go in the one of the bio boxes. So just a piece big enough that fits in the bio box. Yeah. Yeah.
If I cut
That's
it
a-
somewhere about here, then
Maybe a little less than that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can't get in there because of the rock, how about right in the middle where it
You could
turns
do
right?
this one.
Well, no, where it turns left.
Yeah,
Top.
that's what turns
Yeah.
left.
Up the, yeah, how,
I think there's one behind that as well. But
I think there's.
there you go, right there.
yeah, this one would be dodgy because you're not going to get enough space to get in there. You'd have to take both. You get 2 branches there. That'd be quite hard.
That is a lot.
So
So I would say,
this one would be safer.
yeah.
This one here.
Just we don't want the large anemone. So if we do that, it would be from here
Alright.
forward, or this long one that has
I'll
no
see if I can get
associates.
access to the one on the edge. That'd be easier.
Yeah.
No, honestly, and anyone's closer to me, so I could cover.
Yeah, I mean whichever branch
Yeah.
works for you. We
It
don't.
actually looked behind in the science camera, but looking at the sit, it's in front, so.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right.
It's all good.
We don't want the large anemones though. Those are hard to preserve.
They do smell quite badly if you leave them as well.
Yeah. Has somebody done that to you?
Well, we had one in a jar, in the lounge once,
Oh.
overnight, and it didn't smell good in the morning. It's like, it's another bad smell, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So is this the coral you were looking for, Alexis?
Kind of.
It should fill the need that we were looking for, yeah. That could be enough.
Mm,
If it's if Steve wants some too, and they want to get several runs.
we can take more.
You got that edge of the blade. Oh, you got the front of the blade.
See if you can disconnect from your news to one. Yeah, one.
Yeah, that's missing the blade.
What is it?
Water bottle.
Rotate clockwise just a little bit. Get it up that back one. Okay, those. Watch out.
Okay.
take some more.
Okay.
Wow. That's a hefty amount of Narella in there.
What is this?
659.
It's not floating else, I can leave that open.
And Biobox B.
Alright, we're gonna grab some more rust. Masterful job last time, I want more.
No, don't worry about it. It's never so few. Okay.
Can you see the sit cam? Just Can you get over here, Russ? Or is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's all right.
Okay.
Or we could just take that little chunk right there too. Terror easier.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, happy?
Yeah.
Fit three or is that four?
Hmm?
You gonna fit in three?
Should fit through.
I mean, it's okay if you need to. Yeah, get it in there.
Do you have foot back the camera so you can move it, bring it in?
Yeah, that's great. That should be plenty.
Well, anything else over?
I just want to look at the things that are at the top of that rock. You know?
The one that we're on?
Yeah, the one that we're on.
I can swing up to the right a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be good. All good? Okay.
Or this.
Look how many different stalks those are.
I know. That's what I was very surprised by. The how many different little colonies this is.
Yeah.
Some of them still have. I think they're like little pluxarids. Or are they hydroids? It's a very strange crab on there. Yeah. But I think I wanna. Are these hydroids growing on something?
Yeah, I was actually, I was gonna ask, but I think they are hydroids. Can you poke it?
Can we poke it?
Can you reach that back? Or
I think we're maybe too far.
we might be able to reach it. Yeah, a little bit as well. I can bring you in. Touch.
Just suck that into the old thing from the main. They had a cover ready as well.
That's not what I wanted to have happen.
Don't do
That
anything
was
too
weird.
interesting. I gotta restart.
So
the
hold on, I
video.
gotta fly off it anyway. Just move this to the left and then
Stand by, guys. Stand by one. Restarting video.
Did you notice any? I didn't really look very closely. Did you notice any pinnules on the polyps?
No, I didn't.
It's probably a hydroid.
They're like really small. The polyps themselves.
Don't worry about poking them.
it was like
Well,
the way down.
Only if you really have an urge.
I'm kind of interested in the
I mean,
crab.
little cluster is pretty interesting to me, though. Like whatever the hydroids.
Are growing on.
Yeah.
So this is pretty much the top of it, right?
We're further shallower than you got, yeah. But we haven't hit a thick sediment grade.
Ah, darn.
Take multiple little ones there.
Yeah. Too much little bases.
Yeah.
Alright, so where's which way reaching out?
Tomorrow. Today's the 3rd. Tomorrow's the 4th. So today's Saturday. Sunday.
Sunday the 4th?
Sunday is 4th of July.
Yeah, hydroids.
Hydroids, right?
Yeah.
Let's get a better look at this crab.
Is that their own
Eating
skeleton?
something, eh?
Is that their own skeleton? Or is that
Yeah, they released that.
Yeah,
They
okay.
released that. Yeah, it's. I wondered about these things.
Maybe.
There's another one of these.
Collected a big old tree on 1703, I think. Thinking it was a coral. Massive. I wouldn't be surprised if the hippocampus are also gonna
Is
do
that what those are?
That's what it is, yeah.
There was another one up in this hydroid.
I didn't realize it was like went down along the other side, a different way for angle. And I looked up at the side, but also could see
Just surprised at how different that squat lobster is compared to what we're seeing on anything else. Okay, we can keep going. No need to poke.
Really?
You take a water. Did you take a water?
Oh, you want? They
Oh,
want to.
no,
They
no,
want
no.
to take a
Water,
water
water.
sample.
Okay.
There you go.
These don't TV ones don't fit me.
they're all still.
No, he's available.
3 is available.
Okay. What else would be easier for you?
I did not.
Six zero six 660.
660.
Application, yep, there it is dangling.
Bang lead one or two.
Just one,
Just one.
right, Steve?
Yeah.
He's gone. Just one.
Niskin 3 6.
It's not that bad. That's what he was saying. So if he goes out 17.
Just me or the camera will be crooked.
It does contribute to, yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's a man couple of these.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can carry on.
Alright, so we continue on north, you want to come back down to the ridge?
If you want to keep going.
We got the coral swim open now.
I say let's keep going up a little bit. I want to see if it actually flattens out.
Alright.
Get to the beach.
We'll move them up northeast for you.
And yours done with it?
No, it's fine.
Looks like that might be another sponge, Brian. Oh no, that's a chrysogorgon. Sorry.
Got me all excited for nothing.
Tricks.
Much to the right, isn't it?
No, it's a coral.
Oh,
I know, it looked like a sponge though. It's a trickster.
Really haven't we had enough corals?
What?
I said, really haven't we had enough corals?
Never.
okay. We're supposed to do these or not?
Nah, it's okay. Let's keep going.
So now our goal is a sponge.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily,
don't-
but yes.
We don't have a specific goal for a sponge.
We don't have to have a stated goal, just an understood goal.
I mean, let's be honest. So sponges have been much rarer in this dive.
Yeah, it's
which
been like
noticeably so. So I don't really necessarily need a physical specimen, but I am curious why we're having a moderate diversity, if low abundance, coral community, and we've seen 2 sponges, and both were different families.
because the deep sea is a wacky place.
That's a true statement.
Do we feel like this is flat now?
It's definitely far.
It's flatter.
Flatter. That's,
It's
Yeah.
still,
I mean, it's rocky, but there's
if I was a
no, like,
lunar lander, I'd drive around
large.
here.
yeah.
there's no like large turns coming out.
It's not as sedimented
Yeah,
as
but
I
we still got plenty
expected.
of rock.
Yeah.
Do you have the hard grounds?
1348. We're still. What's the dive plan say for?
Shit. Make it easier to
1360.
Yeah,
Bridge
1345.
RV, just updated waypoint, you know.
So we're about where would be considered the most shallow spot. All right, maybe can we drop back down? Is that possible?
Well, do you want to drop back down from here, or do you want to just zigzag down and then come up like at a 45-degree angle from different?
What do you mean, like that?
Go through 6 and then come down in between
Yes,
6
yes.
and 7.
Yeah, and then go back up. Yeah.
That's what I would suggest.
Bridge RV, all stop and you move, we're changing our direction. We'll probably be heading slightly south.
Okay, copy that.
No, wait, go south.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
Top learning. It's like DOSB.
So we're currently exploring a seamount in the high seas, so the area beyond national jurisdiction, just to the northwest of the U.S. waters around Kingman and Palmyra. We're currently at a depth of 1,346 meters. We're kind of working, this is a large geoid feature, a flat top seamount, table mount, and we're working our way up this feature. Instead of getting up on the top, which is really generally pretty very sediment covered, we're kind of bouncing up and down right on the lip of the edge of the top of the mesa. So we've kind of reached the flatness at the top, and so we're going to start moving a little bit to our west and downslope again and kind of work this zigzag pattern across the kind of the edge of where it flattens out versus the steep sides.
We'll go say hi.
What, this dead coral stuff?
Yeah.
Is it hi to it?
Yeah.
I guess there is an anemone on there. Sure, it'll be very happy to see us.
Totally spotty anemone when I was going over here. That's exactly.
There's more than one thing on here. Oh, we lost one.
Oh yeah, it's a
I think it's like
Oaf jump.
parachuting oaf. There goes another one. Whee!
entertaining.
Well, the giant yellow duck coming towards you, you should be jumping off too.
Abandoned coral.
Abandoned coral stalk.
Maybe you should commence.
Yeah, I can't sit down unless I want to pass.
No, we don't need to sit down. It's a dead bamboo skeleton with sacrificial oafs.
Well, they feel sacrificial. They're trying to get out of our way.
And now they jump down there, and they're gonna have to spend so much energy to climb back on that
Assuming
stuff.
they can find it.
I'm sure they can.
But how?
I don't know,
That's
but
the question.
it's magic.
It is magic. Oh, we reached that point of the cruise we're just randomly singing.
I mean, surprised it hasn't happened yet.
I agree. It has happened already.
Oh, here comes Deb with the overlay.
Get the realization that you actually be able to see stuff we were watching.
What?
I was watching crab eat the other day.
Yeah.
And a big crab stole the food.
Right.
And then the other crab was looking for it and was just like, I fell off. I was like, oh yeah, that can't see anything. Like, when you're trying to find a light switch in the fish fly.
Yeah. Who did those? Do we know who did those tracks like
I think
that?
it was Brian Taylor.
Steve and I were talking about it earlier. Do you know Brian?
I think it's Brian Taylor from UH.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
He likes to do those stripy things to look for the overall shape and cover a lot more ground.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm thinking of kind of making this transect up here bent just come a little bit over so we can
Yeah.
get along this ridge edge a little bit better.
That would make more sense to me.
I'd like to map the other side of this on the way out and then kind of come up and follow this ridge over the top.
Another bamboo. Looks like just maybe it has one. Oh no, it has a couple branching spots.
No associates.
No associates.
But it looks like it's been munched on.
Or something has happened, yeah, to that one tip. And the base. Yeah, look, the base is like half tissue.
Yeah.
There's something else right here. Little anemone.
Maybe a couple.
I don't know actually. I don't see any skeleton. It looks like an anemone to me, the mouth of it. We don't need to touch that one, Chris. Okay, we could keep going.
Over here to the left. Where'd you go? Look at that one? Or not?
Yeah, quickly. Looks like another chrysogorgid. Let's see if anybody's home. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Thing.
I'm so sorry. I thought that we were in the process of doing
Oh
that.
no, I was actually just gonna take a glance at it, and then I was like, oh.
You did say a quick look, so I just.
I'm sorry, my fault. It's hard to focus on the little associates in there. Really big polyps for a chrysogorgon. It's a shrimp.
Gall or an egg mass or
Oh yeah, looks like a old egg. Possibly an octopus egg.
Some kind
Yeah,
Little white speck.
of little bug.
Where's the little bug?
See it here?
Oh yeah, a little amphipod. I think I'd like to collect one of these shrimp at some point.
Okay.
Do we think that we could suction sample that shrimp
You
out
can
of
try
there?
it, yeah. They usually don't like getting such a sample, but
I know, but
we can certainly give it a shot.
I feel like when we try and, do you think he's gonna jump off if we try and just clip it?
I don't know. I've never tried to catch one.
Sometimes you've done it where you can clip it, sometimes you can be real slow.
Right, right.
But they do generally try and,
Run for their life.
yeah, at least.
Get her away.
Yeah, I would think suction sample would be a good first
More
start.
successful if the effort's really one.
Okay, let's try suction then. We'll see how it goes. And we'll,
I'll just grab it quickly.
are we down?
Yeah.
Just take one more quick look at it.
We don't get jar 8.
No, we want jar.
What's it been doing?
Me, I was in first jar.
Oh, but I thought Bennett put it there after we did it earlier. I think that's 2.
That should be.
Yeah.
See, luckily there's other shrimp too, so we always,
Well, they're not the same kind. Those other shrimp are the same ones. We'll give it a go with the section and we'll see what happens. Okay, whenever you're ready.
Stand by 1 second.
guy.
He's still there.
What is he?
Oh, it should be.
Oh yeah, it's just
Wow,
right.
he did like turn invisible when he
Oh,
looked at
there we
me.
go.
Got him.
I
We're watching, yeah.
thought he escaped actually.
Oh, that's that guy right there.
No, no, there's other ones in the seabed,
Okay.
different kinds of them. There he is, in the jar. No, happy.
Yep, in the jar.
Yeah.
Having a horrible day now.
He's having a great
So
time.
I sucked up my washing machine.
So we're gonna take a little clip of that coral also and put it in a quiver.
Sure. Just gonna go look it up and find storage.
What jar was that? Jar 3?
2.
Jar.
Two.
Two?
Yeah, I put it on 3 afterwards and I didn't even try to reference like getting it.
It's just,
FK21661.
it's just not very good.
661.
Out a little bit.
Yeah.
We're gonna count the Chrysogorgia as a separate sample number.
Yeah. So we'll go in a separate container.
662.
Correct.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. There you go, you're in there.
I've seen a lot of those long-armed shrimp as associates versus the chirostylites.
I saw in Riddick Orchard that had a
Yeah.
shrimp instead of crab.
Yeah, I've seen a
What
couple.
is- What is that?
Some type of chrysogorgia.
Anything in it?
We just sampled the shrimp. We just slurped the shrimp.
Sweet.
So it's just kind of like,
It's got fat
salt.
Yeah,
polyps,
just a
doesn't it?
clipping off the top.
Super fat polyps.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Actually, let's get the egg case.
Yeah, if you can do it right below the egg case, Russ, that green bit right there.
We have the green, we have the egg case.
Might as well.
So basically what's been going on is Steve got up here right at the top, and so Steve's been jumping off down doing these vertical transects along the ridge, because we're really close to the last waypoint. We've got one Norella and one Clitophora in the boxes, so we should be okay for the experiments.
Sweet.
Alright, working out.
That's gonna be 12.
Sweet.
Will that be darker for him?
What's that? Darker?
So,
it doesn't make sense to pull now. Well, actually, I guess we could theoretically say it's 6, 7. No, we would have to. We'd have to.
Yeah. You can pull in 45
And then,
minutes.
yeah,
We plan to stay until 8 o'clock, right?
well,
Well, hold on.
hey, things are.
Track line on the round for the next hour and not worry about. Wait, before you move the waypoint.
So you're thinking about similar.
What do you want?
Well, I was just going to suggest that we actually run the track line for the next 45 minutes and not bounce up and down the same way.
Alright, coming up.
Okay, so Brian would like to not come down,
I'm just-
but just kind of follow 2-7.
Yeah, I'm going to 7.
Sounds perfect. Go 7. Oh yeah, we have to remember. Okay, water at the end. What are we at? 1348. I mean, we're about the range that we saw that primnoid if we are looking for more.
Is that good to confirm?
Good morning.
We try operations for a sec.
That's another bottle brush. There's a. Can we take a look at this one, Adam?
You can do whatever you want.
Ooh, yay.
Which one? The one on the left?
Yeah. Nope.
So
Right.
realistically,
This one.
even if we leave a core 2-7, right, we're still going to get these full tanks. That's right. So we're good. I think I'll walk in and you can get a meeting provided to do it.
Where's the next site? Is it closer?
Nice, we get close to that.
It's not that far. So it's 10-hour transit.
Yeah, the kid hours it.
Depends on if we're mapping
You
speeds or
may
false.
find a miracle.
That's right.
It'd be funner if it was closer. Just throw it back in.
Pew!
So
Like that?
we can transfer under the water.
I have done that before. Not 10 hours, but
Oh no, well Adam's a volunteer to sit in the site for that one.
We did like a 6-kilometer transit that one time.
Whoa, that's far.
That took
I've done
all day.
I did 3 or 4 once. We left a shipwreck target that was a bust and then towed for like 3 hours.
okay.
So this one's sitting on this one. There's a corpse of it. Alright.
Let's take a look at this little guy. Is that a sneeze, Brian? Oh. We have a little chirostylid squat lobster in this. It looks like a chrysogorgia, not a metallogorgia. Nice long arms.
More than Ben can say, I imagine he was trying to work with.
What?
We collect the top of it.
Sure. Can we collect this, please?
Sure can. What do we have for quiver? I think there's something.
Here's your menu.
Sorry, gang. I just. This is metallic gorgia. Is that what
It's
you-
not metallogorgia.
I didn't think so either, but Steve says, well, whatever. Yeah.
It's not metallogorgia.
How does your holster work then?
Looks like it has eggs.
Nice defense center, I like it. Where would you like just the top of it then?
Into a quiver, if it'll fit.
Okay.
So I think
Just the whole top though?
Yeah, with the crab and everything.
I think that's a bulbous.
Mm.
We saw one earlier.
Yeah, yes, you can even do it higher up than that. We just want the part with the polyps and everything. I don't think that's a bulbous, Tim.
Happy
You know? Oh, no, maybe not.
I'm happy here.
Yeah, happy there.
Let's see it. Let's get it. Let's see it.
It looks like 12 or 11.
Yeah, 11.
Nice job. Interesting little branches.
Oh.
Come on.
It's not your fault.
I was just thinking what a great sample there. What a great job that was.
You found too soon.
Don't think, Tim.
I'm sorry. That's usually what I do.
Okay, well, we got the coral.
Yeah, that's important. Wonder where that crab's gonna go now.
All right. And yeah, where's that crab gonna go? Who knows?
Oh.
It's gonna go find a new home. No.
Goodness.
That was 663.
63 and quarter 11, right?
Yeah.
Did you want to open another building?
Dang it. Dang it.
I know, that's a bummer. Man, he knew where he was going too. He was like, "Zoop."
It's amazing.
That was 9, you put it with 11.
What if it's just balls? Right in the basket.
Maybe 10, 20.
So on this expedition, we have a lot of different sampling objectives. We have people interested in the taxonomy of the corals, people interested in being able to identify the sponges, people interested in doing some stable isotope analysis on the corals, some people looking at the coral associates. So there's a lot of different reasons we actually sample. We do have a checklist in the control room of what people want, but also even when you're off watch, most everyone's watching the dive, and so like our resident taxonomic expert, if he sees something he doesn't recognize or can't identify, he'll
Nothing.
run in the control room or send us a note on Slack that he doesn't recognize something. And in that case, Tim Shank came in the room before. He noticed watching the screens in the library that was an associate. He was unsure of the ID, so he wanted to collect it. So there's a lot of different reasons that we'll end up taking a sample to meet our overall cruise objectives.
What's the seamount called?
It is unnamed.
ABNJ, PBNJ,
4.
4.
It's really not a seamount. I mean, forward depth. No, that's
We can 3D print a purple coral.
not.
It's not the same.
Oh, I need to go look at that. You're in charge, Brian.
What are you guys making?
Coral
Coral.
Cool.
started last night.
Did you model it, Brian?
Yeah. The spirally Iridogorgia there. Actually, we're gonna look at that first.
Oh yeah, just ahead there.
Yep. Or no. Yeah. We can. The spirally one. Let's just look and see who's home.
He was honestly perfectly trimmed.
Tell me when I can zoom.
Yeah, go for it.
We got one shrimps, one amphipod, and that's it. Alright, we can keep going.
Hey, Bridge, have a new position, Bridge?
Yeah, copy that.
Would you start at 16? Sharks? What's for?
Let's go take a look at that down in the hole, if you can get down there safely.
That like little fish that she made the design of, and then cut up for it, and then it's got the coral purpose. An ecosystem. Ecosystem. On the keychain. Some more hemicorallium. Okay. Looks like hemicorallium, a precious coral with some of the branches that have died with hydroids growing on them. And a couple zoanthids also in the center of the colony there.
Before we leave, I'd like to get a snap zoom of the other colony up to the right, out of the screen.
Okay. That one?
Yep. Just a snap zoom.
Going
Here's-
right, when I see camera?
Yeah, if you can just hover, just a snap zoom. I just want to get a better sense of how much of it's under the overhang.
This right here.
Sorry,
No,
that one.
oh,
Yeah,
this
right there.
Okay.
I just want one full frame shot. Perfect. That's all I need.
Okay.
So cup roller?
Yes.
We'll roll these special ones.
This is very botryoidal. Lots. We've seen a lot of those like skinny bottle brush chrysogorgids.
Yeah, this has been the most chrysogorgid diversity I feel like we've seen in this short an order in a while.
Another little shrimp living in there.
Cool little feature.
Looks like maybe some dead sponge down there, Brian. Does this happen on other people's watches? I feel like this happens a lot on Brian and I's watch.
What's that?
Sponge.
That's a new sponge. Let's look at that sponge.
Take a look at that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like every sponge we've seen has been different on this dive. All 4 of them.
Yeah.
At least since I've been awake.
Who are you gonna work with to ID sponges?
The internet.
Oh, okay.
It's probably good.
It's definitely a different sponge. We'll just get a real nice look at it since we're here. Alright, we can keep going. Actually, can you take a look at that coral? That little white one, yeah.
The one thing what about not okay. Or on the other one, that ball. It's definitely pressure with it.
Could we sample this?
I don't see why not.
Suction
Just,
sample probably would work.
Is that hard?
It is a hard coral, yeah. But it should pop off.
Oh yeah.
If it doesn't fit into the suction tube, you could just drop it in a quiver with the suction sampler. So the way that is like oval,
The base, you mean?
the calyx, like
Oh,
the
yeah.
mouth of it,
Yeah.
to me looks different than the Giovannia we've been sampling. So even if it is that, whatever. We don't have one from this site, so. But I don't think that is Giovannia. We have 1 and 2 have something, but everything else should be open.
I've got 3 marked off here. Do you have 3 on yours? Three's
No.
not marked off. Yeah, it is.
No, I have 2.
Oh, it's this one, you're right. I'm sorry. It's this one. That looks great.
That's okay. Let's see if it, there we go. We got it. Jar 3.
664.
Yes.
Do you want to just throw them up? Like, just throw them right on angles right now. So, can you sit there? It's pointing on that side. Do you want the rail? I think when the rail comes in there, that happens.
Steve reminded us to remember Niskin.
Okay.
No,
Not here,
not
no.
here, not here.
Right before we
Just
come
trying
off
to
the
remember
bottom,
to not
we wanna
forget.
try the rest of them.
Recover.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably, by the time we get to the end of this line, be ready to recover. Chrysogorgia. A couple of them.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of
There's, yeah, more than anything else we've seen for sure.
And more variation within the family.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've got multiple kind of growth forms here. Only a couple of Iridogorgias and no, I haven't seen a Nematologorgia yet.
Mm-mm.
Ooh, there's a black.
Oh, black coral.
That's new for our watch at least.
Bathypathes.
Were you able to find what Nana was looking for?
Yes. At least we think so. So look at that feather one.
I'm gonna push back and
Okay.
articulate it.
That's a sponge too, Brian, and that little. So this is a black coral known as Bathypathes. We haven't seen this on our watch or any black corals so far. I don't know if Steve saw some earlier in the dive. like there might be a polychaete living on the base of it there. Those polyps are so long, the tentacles of those polyps. Okay, that's good. Nice big flytrap anemone. Seen quite a few of those today. Yes. No. We don't need to.
Here, I'll fly him and see if he's related or related with him.
Okay. Come up with the camera?
Yeah.
Okay. Oops, wrong line, sorry.
So what would these eat?
Similar stuff like little amphipods or I mean, I don't know if small fish would really get caught in there, but shrimp, yeah. They might also just eat particulate in the water, but for something this big, I would think that it would be eating small little crustaceans and things. It's another bottle brush. Crinoid. Well, that's interesting. Let's take a look at this one that looks all chopped up. We have seen a lot of repeat types of organisms on this dive. We've been working in a pretty constrained depth range for the time that Brian and I have been on, and lots of chrysogorgids, like we said, these really delicate bottle brush corals, and the ones with like we sampled earlier with kind of that puff on the top. They often have these crabs living as associates. This one has been colonized by some zoanthids, which is another type of coral that will start growing on another coral skeleton. So the yellow polyps are the zoanthid, and then the pinkish little delicate polyps are the chrysogorgia. We have at least 3 squat lobsters living in this chrysogorgia.
I'm not used to seeing zoanthids on chrysogorgias that way. That's kind of unusual.
Yeah. And this actually has at least 4 squat lobsters.
Looks like a polychaete as well.
I don't think so.
No, I don't see a reason to.
Let's see if we can. Looks like maybe a couple
little
different
egg.
types of squat lobsters too. Like I don't think this is the same chirostylid.
That's a lot denser.
a big one down there. Let's see about if we can see this colony up top. Oh, do you see that tiny spot lobster on the one in the back? That really sparsely branched. You can see in the back, so we have two different morphologies of chrysogorgid coral here. The one in the back is very sparsely branched, has relatively large polyps, and then that little squat lobster living amongst those branches. And then in the foreground you have this chrysogorgid that's much more densely, like many polyps, and the little crabs are hidden in those branches. Actually, this is like way more dense than I'm used to seeing. I think is there another crab up here? Or there's maybe little egg masses in there. You see those things?
Oh, now I do. I'm not sure. I have no idea what those are, though. It's hard to tell. The polyps are so dense.
Yeah. Okay, we can keep going. Oh, what is that? I think it's a sea star. Let's take a look at that. Oh, it's on a coral.
It's on a coral?
It's on a bamboo coral.
Whoa.
It's ginormous.
Well, that's different.
Like, are you trying not to float away or something? What's the point of wrapping around that little stick?
I
This
mean,
is my home.
that's ridiculous.
This is fun. This one's fun. It's almost comical, this large sea star.
I think that's a new species for the corallivory category.
Yeah, that is definitely a new interaction for us. We've seen this sea star before a couple times, but not actually. Oh, and it's also, look, on the,
Oh, it's ripped the whole thing down.
well, look, yeah.
Yeah, it's ripped it off.
But there's still polyps where it's wrapped around.
Yeah.
So the lasers are 10 centimeters apart. So this sea star is like 30 centimeters, 30, 40, tip arm to arm, probably. You can see it has like the coral has broken off of its base, likely from the weight of the sea star. And there's still polyps and tissue here where the sea star is attached. And this looks to be probably its stomach on the right side. No, it is. I
Worried
just.
about our little old lights. Worried about those sea stars.
Wow, these polyps are really dense too, and like lots of sclerites. I'm curious. It looks to me like those are almost squished up. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I would be surprised if that was the case, but I do see what you're talking about.
No.
Let's get a full view picture of this.
We haven't had it on the dive.
Can we turn the lasers off for a second? All right, that is very serious corallivory. But I think that sea star is too big for us to collect.
I agree.
So we can carry on. That sea star is it looks to be eating that coral, so we know that sea stars are corallivores, or animals that eat corals. And the way that it's wrapped around on that stalk indicates that that sea star is definitely eating the polyps off of that coral skeleton.
What was the little coral above it? Is that just the tip of the coral?
Where?
So,
It's the end of it.
is that what it is?
Yeah, it looked like it climbed
It's
up.
all it's all attached. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is all one coral.
Down it.
It just looks weird on the top somewhere.
I think that was probably where it was. It's holdfast. They ripped the whole thing out of the ground.
Yeah, that's a question that we have a lot is what is the rate of corallivory? We don't really have a sense for that because we're not able to do time series experiments in the deep sea very easily. You would need to either have a observatory station where you have a continuous camera on the seafloor, or you would want to revisit the same site over probably multiple times in 1 year. And that's really difficult to do, to be able to come back to the same place, to be able to get funding, to go to sea that many times. So it's still a very open-ended question, just how quickly those sea stars are able to eat a coral colony, and kind of the way that they end up doing that.
And there are places like the cabled observatories. Several places are putting up that are allowing a more persistent presence on the deep sea to kind of start to answering some of those longer time series questions. But we're really in the infancy of being able to spend a lot of time in the deep sea and not just take a point measurement and move on.
Looks like another little shrimp living in this. Again, a different morphology of Chrysogorgia. You're right, this is a very Chrysogorgia dive.
Yeah.
Oh, this is 2 stalks. There's 2 different corals right here. Just look at this shrimp real quick while we're here. Okay, we can keep going. We are getting close to the end of this dive track, so we will be coming up to the surface relatively soon, within the next hour or so.
Probably next 30 minutes or 15
I know, I'm
minutes.
just...
Okay.
Oh, actually, aren't we supposed to come out?
About now, yeah.
But we will have at least one more dive. Oh, here we go. This is a good way to possibly end the dive. Those crabs are huge. there's been some conversation about if the lights are bad for these corals, and there's no evidence. These are deep sea corals that don't ever encounter light, but they don't have light receptors either, so they can't sense light. We often keep corals alive in aquariums and labs so that we can study them, and there's no harmful effect from exposure to the lights that we're exposing them to. They're not like shallow water corals where the light and heat can induce bleaching. These corals don't have zooxanthellae, so they don't undergo that same stress process. So this actually looks like a huge hydroid colony. Or it's at least being recolonized by hydroids, whatever this was.
The pattern on the right looks different though. The branching pattern.
IG. You can see the it's little.
Not anemones. I'm amazed at how big the anemones can get that live up on the top
Yeah.
of the thing.
There was another coral like to the left of this rock. I saw something.
That one up there, see what
Yes, that's what I'd like to look at.
Some kind of corallium.
Yeah, it looks like a big hemicorallium. Look at the base. It's so thick in order to support that whole colony. This is a precious coral, or a part of the Corallidae family. Probably hemicorallium, which we've seen a couple times on this dive. And we have these Gallophaid crabs. There's like 4 of them so far that we can see. These corals have a relatively hard skeleton, but over time they can become brittle from these worms that will burrow inside the skeleton. But this coral seems to be pretty healthy in the areas that it has polyps still on it.
Look at the Chrysler in the back.
I know.
It's like decapitated.
keep going. So we have Niskins 4, 5, and 6. That will pop before we come all the way up.
Just one?
4,
All.
5, and 6.
Oh, all.
Yeah.
6, 5.
6, 6, 5.
Yeah, it's 5 is good. Saw it vibrate, but I couldn't see it up there. Okay. Fired? Just hold on and look. 1, 2, 3, 4, so.
The top one's fire. It's this side one's
Something that one doesn't.
There we go.
Did that just fire? It just fired. Yeah.
side one's
I know the front one did.
yeah, front one. That's the last one.
You know what? You got the minute cam. Keep turning the minute cam on and just help it out a little bit. You have to freeze it over here. Look at this. It's better than the old system. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, those are little cups in there.
665 water.
Should be travel 5. Did it turn off good?
I just put
Oh, you know what?
jar 4.
Oh,
so
huh.
I fixed it, but
Yeah, don't worry if it's not on. Just leave it off. It works.
Is this the after this
These
one
ones
or
usually
the-
fire. I think
Yep.
4 is
Yes.
I
You
did
think
see
4
the
is good?
Vibrate, but I couldn't quite.
That's fine.
I mean, it's, yeah.
we'll figure it out.
This one is usually pretty solid. It's the little ones there.
All right, everyone, we're leaving the bottom. We've got some mapping to do and some transit to do. So there should be another dive sometime tomorrow once we've done those other things, which may and most likely be our last dive of this expedition. So thanks everyone for watching, and we'll see you next time.